Transition and code cases. What? Okay, we're good? We're good. Okay, OBS fed me a weird error message. Let me just send a couple of test messages. Test here. Test here. That goes through. YouTube does not go through. Hold on. I can fix this. It's the same problem Streamlabs always have, so I know exactly how to fucking fix it. It's just obnoxious that they have it. And also, apparently, my internet is running slow now. Yo, please stop. Chrome. I only get on Chrome to do, like, this one particular fix that only works on Chrome. Why are you going slowly? You shouldn't be doing that. Praying for no problems. Test. Now to be on Twitch and YouTube at the exact same time. Do we think the text is too big? I think the text is probably fine, right? Do you think it's too big? Pillow Willow? Yes? Yes for too big? We can make it a little smaller. I guess if someone sends a long message, it'd be good for it to be smaller. Alright, I made it smaller. We shrunked it. Shrinky dinky. It's too big. Someone send the B-movie script. Hold on. How much B-movie script can we fit in chat? I'm gonna grab the first 100 lines and see how much of it fits. I am 3,216 characters over the YouTube character limit. But there it is on Twitch. I need to make a pinned message on YouTube real quick. Wait, fuck, okay. We are voting between A route and B route. Donate here to vote. Alright, that's the pinned message. Does anyone know, this is probably a stupid question, but can you pin messages in Twitch chat as well? If I do this, I can, okay. Manually unpinned at the end of stream. Okay. Okay. So, welcome back to Thracia. It's been like a month and a half. I got really into Final Fantasy Tactics. I wanted to play a bunch of horror indie games for Halloween time. So just haven't done it. Haven't done it. Tina Gaming. Yeah, this stream, so the plan for this stream is to do the Dandelion chapters, which are the next two chapters, and then also chapter 13. So 12, 12X are the Dandelion chapters, and 13, because... Is this not... Oh, no. Chat, no! Fuck you, Steam! Exit big picture! Oh my god, Steam hijacked my controller. This stream is starting off as a disaster. I'm using a PlayStation controller for my SNES. I don't even know what the differences between A route and B route are. There's a description in the description of the YouTube video. What the fuck? Is my controller just permanently hijacked by Steam and now it won't work on my totally legal and legitimate SNES? It was working like 5 seconds ago. You got big catted. I got big pictured. I got hit by the big picture from Steam. Alright, so our plan. Chapter 12, Chapter 12X, Chapter 13 is what I'm planning on doing tonight. Which means we'll have quite a few unit reviews to do, because the Dandelions, there's 4 characters in the Dandelions. I am going to recruit all of them. We're using Trude this playthrough. I kind of want to show him off. How he's, like, not worthless, but also, like, kind of trash. And... you know, obviously Tina and Pern are good, and Salem is fucking phenomenal. And then Glade, we get Glade, and Glade's like, whatever. Glade, I would say Glade is the most overglazed unit if it weren't for the fact that Tina made fucking S tier in the community tier list. But we'll talk about Tina when we get there. I love how everyone in this era has tall hair. So true, though. Alright. Having seized the infamous Fort Dundrum, Leif's Liberation Army was keenly aware of just how little time remained before the Empire launched its assault on Tara. Scarcely taking a moment to catch their breath, the Liberation Army kept marching, well into the evening, determined to come to the city's defense before it was too late. When they finally arrived at the edges of Dacia Forest, which extends around Tara's eastern border, it was the dead of night. The thick foliage obscured what little moonlight had been illuminating their path, and the forest was now blanketed in a deep, foreboding darkness. I mentioned this in Jacob's streams, but it's hilarious that the first playable Dark Mage in Fire Emblem was more known for support capabilities than combat. I think that's part of why people underrate Salem, is because they try to use him for combat, and he's very bad at combat. But he's a phenomenal utility unit. You could say the same for FE6. Oh yeah, Nime. And then, like, I'm a summon hater, but it is impossible to deny that if you're using Noel, his summon capabilities, his utility in summoning specifically, miss me with that staff utility. He doesn't have staff utility. But his summoning is the main appeal of using him. So, like, you know, even as someone who says, like, summoning is massively overrated, Noel is a utility unit. Thracia... Chapter 12. I need a map of Chapter 12, because we're warp skipping. Can you fucking function? Oh my god, is it doing the thing again? I swear to god, I'm gonna morb. What the fuck is wrong with my controller? I really don't want to switch back to the Xbox, because the Xbox controller sucks ass. Oh my god, I'm gonna morb. Noel desperately wishes he was in a harder game. Not even necessarily harder. I think, like, the enemy quality. Why can't I see anything? Welcome to Thracia. This was the first game with Fog of War, and it took them a little bit to get it right. During the preparation screen of any Fog of War map, you cannot see you cannot see the map. And your vision... What is this, some kind of vision quest? Your vision is very obscured overall. Alright. I've got all of my dudes picked out. We are required to deploy Olwen, because there's a house that Olwen gets a magic ring from, but anyone else gets a vulnerary. And everyone else I'm deploying a lot of mounted units so that I can have them mount. This isn't a great map for mounted units because it is an outdoor map with, like, a bunch of forests, but I want them to mount so they'll be mounted for Chapter 13. The Heim Scroll is here, right? Yeah, the Heim Scroll is in the bottom right house. Pern, your shift is done. Let me take over for you on lookout. It's already past dusk, Salem. How can you be this energetic now? Especially with how bad you were roughed up. Come on. It was thanks to you that I managed to survive. I'll be fine. Still, those Loptarian lunatics are a sadistic bunch, aren't they? If we hadn't happened to pass by, you'd be a goner for sure. The Lopter Church never forgives betrayal. It is one of their highest tenets. Betrayal is a bit of a stretch, ain't it? I mean, you just said you wanted to leave the church, that's all. It ain't right to kill a man just because he wants to go his own way. Huh, but it is okay to do that. We'll get into the Purd character stuff next chapter. But I gotta ask, why'd you want to leave in the first place? I hear the Loptarian bishops have more power than the Empire now. That's an awful luxurious position just to walk away from. I no longer understood the church. That was my reason. Nothing more, nothing less. Simple as that, eh? I like the cut of your jib, kid. How about you could join up with me and my crew? We could use someone like you. If you're up for it, that is. I admit your unusual sense of ethics hasn't gone unnoticed by me. You're bandits, true, but you do not kill, and you refuse to steal from the poor. So long as you continue to abide by that code, I'll agree to stay here. No, I'm not in the hobby of murder myself, but our crew has swelled in number lately, and I can't say the same for the new folks. Especially this one hothead, Colho. Him and his lackeys are always getting antsy about how they won't let them drop any bodies during a heist. It's more than that. Colho and his followers are truly wicked men. They've been attacking travelers and passing merchants. Ah, so you already heard about them, eh? I'll get right to the point, then. I'm planning on cutting ties with a lot of them. Just as long as Trude comes with me, I can manage just fine. Of course, I was hoping you'd come along, Salem. Don't forget about Tina. See that you're mindful of her feelings and don't be too harsh with her. She's little more than a child. Nah, alright. Anyhow, I'm heading back inside. Looks like you got your wish, because I'm trusting you with guard duty. Don't say I never did anything for you. Just be on the lookout for the Imperial Army. With all the troops they're sending to Tara, they might just come through the forest. If they find us, we'll be sitting ducks. Not to worry. If anyone draws near, I'll use my sleep staff to send them into a deep slumber. I finished Thracia for the first time weeks ago, and it's the most love-hate game I've ever played, but I wasn't expecting to love Leaf as much as I do. Leaf is, in my opinion, either the best or second best written lord. The only other competition is Hector. Everyone else, it's not even close. Like, even the ones I like, significant step down from Leaf and Hector. I fucking love the two of them. Very different characters, but both phenomenal. Well, I must be off. I do apologize for burdening you so, but please, for my own sake, watch over the child. You're more than welcome, Bishop. Just leave everything to me, and don't you fret about it for one moment longer. Bishop Sias? Are you leaving already? I'm afraid so. I must return to Granvale. I regret having to leave you here like this, but you seem to have recovered nicely. You'll be just fine on your own. I don't know how I can ever repay you, Bishop. If not for you, You certainly don't lack for gratitude. But everything else about you, stance, your face, is marred by regret. However, you do well to put one memory behind you. What happened was unavoidable. Your will was pitted against darkness itself, and the Shadow Sword's influence was strong indeed. But my words alone cannot convince you. I offer you the sword itself as proof. I've dispelled the curse placed upon the glade. I now offer it to you, as a symbol that no darkness is impenetrable, and no regret redeemable. You want me to use that damn sword? I'm not laying a finger on that foul thing ever again. You wish to carry on your mother's legacy and become a swordmaster, do you not? If that's your goal, then you must learn to understand weapons in a different light. Just as holy blades shine from their bearer's righteous deeds, no cursed blade will ever be more wicked than its wielder. The legacy of the Shadow Sword does not have to remain mired in evil. You can choose to alter its course by asserting your will over that which once robbed you of it. And so you must learn to cherish all blades, for they are the tools that allow you to unshackle yourself from the past and carve your own fate. Any sword can be used for your purposes, and if you believe otherwise, you won't ever truly be a sword master. I think I understand. I'll wield the sword and cherish it as a symbol of how not even the foulest magic could overcome my mother's love for me. Very good. If you have the resolve to keep that sword in hand, I have a feeling the gods may reunite you with your mother someday. With that, I'm afraid I must be going. I've lingered here for much too long. I doubt that we'll cross paths again, but I pray you find happiness. Same to you, Bishop Sias. Be well. Thank you for everything. I wish they called the sword the Nihil sword and not Merida's sword. I think Merida's sword, like, you know, especially since, you have to remember the PRF stuff, right? The locks and everything. A lot of this is quality of life. I think it communicates like it's Merida's. Is Sigurd ranked number 4? In terms of lords? I think Sigurd's like, I mean, he's better written than some, but I wouldn't call him like a great written character. Part of that is just like the issues Fire Emblem 4's like overall story has. Alright, so we send Finn. Okay, very edge of the map, very top corner. We gotta count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3. Okay, so this is the lake. I believe... What is this? Okay, so mountain, 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 mountain. Peak. Or peak, 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 mountain. Lake. Lake. Wait. There's 2... Oh, right, right. Forest, forest. Forest, okay, so this is forest, mountain, lake, lake, building. I believe if we warp Finn here, he can kill Salem this turn, or capture him. Sigurd can't compete to the goat Tristan. Honestly, so fucking real. Alright, so we quad. Our hit rate isn't great, but we quad with the Brave Lance. Be gone from our forest, invaders. We just need to hit a 3rd time. There we go. Okay. Salem captured. The reason I wanted to get him on turn 1... Are you fucking kidding me? No. No! What is wrong with this fucking controller? Hold on, I have to make a save state so that I can fucking reset. I guess we're switching over to the terrible, terrible Xbox controller if the PlayStation one just keeps disconnecting. It's a problem that PlayStation controllers just have on Windows. I mean, on totally official, very real, totally official, NESs, but now I have to set up the input as well. This is actually so fucking obnoxious. B-A-Y-Y X start select LR. Okay. So the reason I wanted to capture Salem on turn 1... Oh, fuck, wait, Finn is poisoned. It's not great. The The reason I wanted to get him on turn 1 specifically, is because he has the sleep staff, and I didn't want him to, like, consume charges of the sleep staff. I hope you bought Physic. Oh, I hope you brought Physic. I think I have a Phallic. Was the poison from Salem spell? Yeah, so, Jormungandr, the dark magic, it poisons you if the enemy uses it. Which is why. I think Safi has a Physic on her. Yeah, she has 2 Physics. So we can keep him alive long enough to, like, get over there. I need to keep him in someone's saddlebags for the entire rest of the map. Which, like, is the inconvenient part. It kind of takes Finn, like, out of the situation. Jokes aside, it's sad that a guy named Tristan is more interesting than Dermot. I disagree with the claim that the substitutes are more interesting than the regular units. I personally do not agree with that. I think that they are also just very boring. I think that the, like, substitutes being more interesting than the regular characters is kind of a hipstery take of, like, I played the subrun.png. There's a joke. I heard someone make a joke, like, you can always tell when someone's done a substitute run of Fire Emblem 4 because they'll never fucking shut up about it. And it's a little bit mean-spirited, but I do think it's funny, and it's not meant to be, like, attacking anyone, right? But I think part of the, like, the substitute characterization glazing comes from, that idea. Like, I'm not saying that the child units are super fleshed out. They're not. Most of them have, like, 2 or 3 lines of dialogue at most, but the same is true of the substitutes. And I don't think, like, hey, I'm fighting the evil empire because they're evil is a more interesting motivation to me than I'm fighting the evil empire because my parents fought them. And in fact, I would argue, even though both are very simplistic, the child unit's motivation ties into the themes of FE4 much more smoothly than the substitutes ones do. Because the children are, so I think the main theme of FE4 is of the second generation doing better than those who came before, and sort of the idea of incremental progress in terms of, we can always do better. We don't have to be on the same level as the people who put us here, right? It's seen most clearly in the Camus, like Eldigan versus Arion versus, Ares and that sort of stuff. True, that's why Leaf is peak. Yeah, no, Leaf is able to, like, sort of, you know, reach out to Altena, and then Altena is able to reach out to Arion, like, sort of fix Quan's mistakes, the two of them together. But even, like, one of the things that I find really cool is a lot of characters have, like, thematic through lines you can read into them that fit multiple potential parents. Ced is a character who I think most frequently his parents are either going to be Lewin or Claude. Those are the 2 best dads for him. They're 2 out of 3 magical dads, and they're the ones that, like, aren't Azel, because Azel, lol. And I think both of those parents, there's a fitting character arc. In terms of Lewin, the obvious one is, you know, Lewin runs away from his responsibility. He leaves the country of Celeste to run away from responsibility. Meanwhile, Ced leaves Celeste, paralleling Lewin, but he doesn't do it to run away from his responsibility. He is doing it, to take responsibilities, to go and, you know, take the fight to the Empire and sort of, you know, take it that way. I think it works. I don't think it's the best parallel. I prefer the Claude one, because Claude, the tragedy of Claude in Gen 1 of Fire Emblem 4 is he knows everything that's going to happen. He has the divine foresight, but he isn't able to save anyone. And I think that that's not because fate has decided he can't save anyone. I think that he's too cowardly to take action. He only tells one of his spouses that it's going to happen. He only tells one spouse what he's seen. He keeps it to himself for everyone else. And he says, you know, that the one reading is like, oh, he thought that, you know, others wouldn't be able to handle the burden. But I think that's just justification. I think he just doesn't want to talk about this difficult thing, this fucking, like, end of days scenario. Because it's scary. It's scary to talk about that shit, right? But ultimately, it leads to Sigurd's army being unprepared for the massacre at Valhalla. Like, Claude, maybe he couldn't have prevented it, but he could have spoken up and tried, right? Said, the first... Claude believes in canon events, right? Meanwhile, Said, the very first scene that you see Said in, he is sacrificing himself for even the faintest hope that villagers can escape from the wyverns. He is taking responsibility. He's doing this scary thing in what is ultimately a, you know, apocalyptic scenario. The Empire controls everything. Their blood, like the blood cult and whatnot. Like, he's fighting a hopeless fight, but he's buying time for people that he barely fucking knows. And I think that that's sort of like taking Claude's character flaw and just inversing it. And I think it works for both. I haven't been able to come up with something for Azel, mostly because Azel kind of sucks. But, like, Azel's lame. Like, Azel's characterization is, I want to fuck Aideen, and that's the same characterization as, like, 5 characters in Gen 1. It's very funny. But yeah, you can find these parallels. It's a lot harder with the variable kids, like the fixed kids. Leaf and Altana have great parallels to Quan specifically. And then Ares, I think Ares is like the strongest through line. And Selef Sigurd has some parallels as well. But with the variable characters, like for their somewhat more canon pairings, they have, often have some pretty good parallels and whatnot. I mean, shit, like, even just, like, Lana and Lester, right? Like, Midir wanted to save, Aideen, right? Like, he's character number 1 who joins because he wants to fuck Aideen, right? And that's sort of, like, his only, like, driving motivation. Lester is trying to, he's, like, overprotective of Lana, but he's able to accept that she's, like, you know, her own person that wants to participate in the battle. That's, like, kind of something. It doesn't really work, though, now that I say it out loud, because, like, Aideen also participates in battle and whatnot. I remember seeing that Ezel Teltu video made by Mint. It made me like Arthur more. I haven't seen that video. I saw the thumbnail, and so I commented on it. But I haven't actually seen the video, because I saw it as I was getting ready for bed, and I was like, I don't have an entire video in me, but I want to make a shitpost. So I was like, actually, the best pairing is Arthur in the Pursuit Ring, or, not Arthur, fuck, what's his name? Arden in the Pursuit Ring. Is this gonna be an Ice Rider video? It's not anymore! I got fucking Arden's name wrong. That's too embarrassing to ever put up. Purging this stream, deleting my YouTube channel so no one will know. Look at that, lads. Some fresh game wandered our way. Keep quiet and move in close. And do to them whatever, then do them in. Whatever valuables they got, we split it evenly. What? Don't tell me you're a lot of worried about what Pern will say. Look, don't go thinking we need his permission. And I'll take care of Pern myself. He won't be a problem no more. The rest of you, while you're dealing with those travelers, can go after villagers and take anything worth carrying. Oh no, the accost, the negative accost is already happening. Bo Dagdar is so washed. He's so washed, y'all. He's so washed. What's all that noise? What's wrong? Villagers around here being raided by bandits. That's what. Everyone's scared to death they'll come here next. Are they a local bandit group? I've heard the villagers mention. No. That's the dandelion you're thinking of. They've never stood to plunder in a village like this. Matter of fact, they even helped us when we needed it. Can't be the dandelion. I'll bet my life on him. Must be them rough types that turned up here not long ago. Well, whoever they are, you don't need to worry. I'll protect every last one of you. What the blazes are you thinking? You look an awful lot like my daughter, you know? Pretty little thing like you can't expect to go toe-to-toe with bandits. No, I'm a swordswoman, a myrmidon, like my mother before me. I'm the daughter of Avel of Fianna. No mere bandit could defeat me. No mere bandit could defeat me. Are you sure about that, Mrs. 25 physical bulk? So this is Merida. She is sort of the classic mid-game growth unit training project. These are incredibly impressive growths. 60 strength, 75% skill, 80% speed, 60% luck. And remember, this is a game where all stats cap at 20. Oh, and 3% move, because I know if I don't mention it, someone will fucking be like, she has triple the move growth, triple the move growth of people of 1%. People get so worked up about, like, the low percent move growths. Her move growth does not matter. What matters is her offensive growth. 60% HP, 80% speed, Hana coded, 75% skill, which is actually relevant even with swords that are like, you know, super accurate weapon type. You want high skill. She will naturally, a lot of people say like, oh, growths don't matter because you just put scrolls on someone and everyone caps. And I think that's like an exaggeration, but also even if it was true, there's value in like naturally capping specific stats without scrolls, because it means you can like simultaneously train them and scroll someone up. Unfortunately, as impressive as these growths are, her base stats, 3 strength in the mid game. 13 speed is actually good for this point in time, but 3 strength. She will struggle to secure the kills that she needs to proc these growths. But it's not as bad as it might seem. She has an 11 might brave sword with 20 innate crit. So, you know, that will help her kill things. She also has Luna. Nihil comes from equipping the sword, and we'll circle back to that, but I do want to talk about her combat at normal times, because Nihil usually doesn't matter. Actually, fuck it, we'll talk about Nihil now. Nihil doesn't matter in 99% of cases. However, on the final map of the game, which is one of the hardest maps, one of the most combat-intensive maps, there are several Deadlords, specifically Canis, I think is the one that has a ton of skills. And there's solutions, there's multiple solutions to dealing with the Deadlords, but I think if you have a Nihil user, if you have a unit with Nihil trained up, they are probably the easiest solution and the most reliable one, because the other stuff is like Blizzard or like, you know, Troubadour Flame Sword, Magic Tile, Sleep Staff, right? Like, stuff that's a little bit sketchy. But so there is a benefit to like training up someone with Nihil, and this will come up for the next, like, a unit who joins us next chapter as well. But it's worth noting you also get a Nihil manual. I think only on B route. But like you can give Nihil to someone, so it's not like if you don't train Merida or Trude, you don't get it. It's just a nice upside they have. That 5 FCM though, right? So part of the big deal about the 20 crit is not just like sometimes she'll luck into kills like she does with the crits and Lunas, but also if she's doubling someone, it takes 3 durability because it's brave, but she can just get an auto crit, and auto crit will almost always kill. 70 hit's not great, but like, you know, 7 skill plus a high skill growth rate, copium, right? It's not great. Like, it isn't great. But yeah, she's gonna, even with the Merida sword, she will take effort to train up, but when you do, you get like an offensive juggernaut, who has genuine value in like Nihil as long as you keep her sword alive. And this is a 6 to use sword. Like, even if you're not planning on him earning it, it's not hard to, like, have it for the training arc and have it for the payoff time. I would say one of the biggest problems, in addition to just sort of being trainingproject.exe and, like, your mileage may vary, but it's not like, oh, it's hard to train someone up, but it's like you do have to put effort in, right? I think when talking about, like, the problems with growth units, oftentimes the counter is like, well, it's actually easy to train Donald. It's like, yeah, but, like, you don't just pretend that it's free, right? That experience, even if you are such a skilled gamer that you can, like, give your experience to whoever you want with no extra effort whatsoever, that experience could have gone to someone else, right? And an experience going to a unit who's already strong to make them stronger versus experience going to a unit who's weak to make them strong, like, that's a trade-off, right? It's also worth noting, there is one growth I didn't talk about. I mean, magic isn't relevant. It means she doesn't get 1-2 range, because, like, magical sword, lol. But the growth I didn't talk about is her defense growth. I guess magic is relevant in that it is resistance. Merida, without scroll abuse, will be incredibly frail. 22 HP with a 65% growth rate. 65 HP growth is not great, because typically HP is the higher growth one, because a single point of HP is low impact, and her HP base is pretty bad at 22 for this point of the game. So while she will be an offensive juggernaut, and, like, with an innate brave weapon, she can often kill stuff without counter, she's not going to be able to enemy phase super well, which does also make training her more of a hassle, because if you're just getting kills instead of enemy phasing, then you get less experience. And so, like, you already have a good, if you already have, like, a good number of player phase delete buttons, it can kind of be like, well, why would I bother training up Merida? I'm not trying to, like, neg her too much, because she, you know, 6 move, both indoor and outdoor, very powerful sword, like, can just blow stuff up and will cap relevant stats naturally, are all good stuff. But, you know, the bad stuff isn't just needs experience. I also think, that for the, like, units who rely on experience, oftentimes people forget. I'm playing without Paragon mode on purpose to show, like, experience in Thracia is, if you don't use the Paragon mode cheat, experience in Thracia is not super fast. Like, you get full chip experience for dodging, so it's faster than it is in a lot of other games. But I think for a lot of people, it's like, oh, in one map, I can go from level 2 to level 15, and that's just not how the game works. It's easier and faster to train people in this game than basically any other Fire Emblem, but it's also not as free as sort of like the talk that people talk about. What about Astra's Copium? I'm glad you brought that up. I almost forgot about Astra. She has a secret event where she can get Astra. She learns it from Shannam. Okay, this is probably a hot take. I think Astra is a downside on Merida. I think you should skip the event. Not only because it can be tricky to get, because you need to talk to Shannam with her, and Shannam is an enemy ambush spawn who immediately tries retreating when he joins. So, like, you have one turn of leeway before he escapes the map, and he spawns as an ambush spawn alongside 2 other axe units, and to have Merida close enough to talk to him, she also has to be in range of the axe units, who could just kill her. Like, in an Iron Man, it's not safe, even though, you know, weapon triangle and speedy and dodgy and terrain, like, are all things that apply. Like, she's frail. She's fucking frail, right? But I think Astra's a downside, because when Merida procs Astra, she attacks 5 times. I think that, but she can't proc Luna. Like, you can't proc both Luna and Astra at the same time. She wastes durability by proccing Astra. I think that I would much prefer, like, proccing Luna and killing something, or just, like, killing something through, like, FCC crits or whatever. How often is Merida killing something with Astra that she wouldn't kill just by getting a 100% guaranteed crit? And the crit costs 3 durability, but Astra costs 5. So, like, especially if you're using Merida's sword, you just chew through uses with that, with Astra. My weapon durability. Yeah, like it's the Stefan problem. Stefan procs Astra, goodbye Vague Kadi, right? I don't think Astra cuts damage in this game. I might be wrong about that, but I think it's full damage. FE5 Astra. Bum, 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 bum. Let me check on Oifibot. FE5 Astra. So it's not as bad as it would be in other games where it cuts the damage. Yeah, so it doesn't cut damage. So, like, if she... Because the thing is, like, in other games, in Path of Radiance, the big Stefan problem is, say Stefan one-shots a guy, but then he procs Astra. Because Astra cuts damage, he uses 2 durability, right? That's never gonna happen to Merida. But what will happen is, like, you spend 5 hits to kill something that you would have killed in 3 with a guaranteed crit. Because Astra counts as 1 attack. So you don't get the FCC for your second Astra strike, which is, you know, just unfortunate. But yeah, I will say this, right? I will say this in terms of, just, like, the epic funny moments. I think the biggest upside Merida's Astra has is Merida is, I believe, the only unit prior to the DS games that could get the combination of Astra, Soul, and Luna. Which is not good, but it is funny. And, like, that's cool, right? Funny is always funny. Funny is, you know, it's cool. Because there's a Soul manual, and then she starts with Luna, and she learns Astra. And I don't think anyone else in the game gotta give Galzus. Whoa, wait, you're right, Galzus. Oh, sorry, Merida. Fucking robbed. I guess that is actually, like, legitimately relevant for talking about Merida as a unit. Galzus, who is often referred to as one of the Gotos of Fire Emblem 5, can only be recruited by having Merida talk to him on, not the final map, but, like, right before the final map. It's Chapter 24, and Chapter 24 is basically, like, if you played Fire Emblem 7, Victory or Death, where it's the map before the final map, but there is an optional in between you can do. So Merida can recruit Galzus. Black hair, they must be related. That's how it works, though! That's Fire Emblem logic! It's true! You joke, but it's true! He's her dad! Story spoilers, I guess. I think it's strongly hinted at by this point. Like, if you haven't figured it out, I'm sorry. But, yeah, so I think that an upside to training Merida is that way you don't have a dead deployment slot in the final map in order to recruit Galzus. She supports Galzus, and I believe she supports Avel as well. But, like, lol. But yeah, it's nice to train her up so that you can recruit Galzus and then not just have this level 2 untrained person. It's not the end of the world. I've recruited Galzus plenty of times with untrained Merida. And you just, like, have him rescue her, and then he still kills everyone, because he's fucking built different, but... or you accept that she dies. Like, if you're not using her, warp her up there with an empty inventory, she gets captured, and then someone else dies instead, right? But... yeah, like, it is relevant to be like, well, if you train her up, you're not wasting a deployment slot. Sort of similar to Fear, if you don't go Barter route in FE6, I guess. As my eyes bulged out of my face and turned blue. Imagine being recruited to an enemy army and then the recruiter just fucking dies! I do that so often in 0% growth playthroughs, though. Because it's like, well, you've served your purpose. Goodbye. Shin Galzus cannot wield the Blaggy Blade. Yeah, I don't know the lore explanation for that, because they do have Holy Blood. I forgot to give him an iron sword! It's not the end of the world, but... oh, we already have a vulnerary. The Bragi Blade is exclusively to children of characters in Sigurd's army. Well, that is true, isn't it? if you buy the Fergus conspiracy, which I am a believer in the Fergus conspiracy, I'm a Fergus is Lachesis' son believer, or not Lachesis, Beowulf's son believer. If you believe in that, then that is true. Huh, never really thought about that. Fergus can use it though. Fergus is Beowulf's son. He can use the Beoblade. It's not like literally confirmed, but it's basically literally confirmed. Oh, I just forgot to do item management. This is so sad. It's possible he's like 20 while Lachesis' kids are 15. Well, that's why he's Beowulf's kid, right? Because like Beowulf slept around and shit before the events of the war. Or, you know, so the theory goes. It is just a theory, a game theory. The Judge Girl ages are all over the place. Do we legitimately have canon ages? Or is it just, like, guessing based on how they look? I do think guessing based on how they look is, like, mostly valid. But I'm curious if we have, like, do we have anything more than that? Deirdre is 17 to 18. Yeah, I mean, that's a Kaga moment. That's a Kaga moment, right? We can enjoy these video games without saying we have to endorse... Oh, skill, that's nice. We can enjoy these video games without necessarily endorsing everything Kaga stands for as a Kaga moment. It's better than the manga. The manga is pretty messed up. We can only guess due to the years. Yeah, it's like... Because we know about the time gap, right? We know how much time is in between generations, but we don't know when the kids were born. We know a minimum age, because everyone was born at least by the start of Chapter 5. Because there's all the spousal conversations about, like, my kids, my kids, my kids. Corpore is the biggest enigma. He's clearly a child. Yeah. I sort of see him as an Elise situation, where it's like, you know, it's lolly bait, but like for boys. And they're probably like claiming that he's older than he very clearly obviously is, you know. When the FE4 remake comes out, we're gonna get a line of dialogue about Corpore acting like the adult that he technically is. Mark your fucking words. Why doesn't Bro inherit the major holy blood and then Lean doesn't? Because major blood is passed down through the primary parent. Like, genuinely, that's how it works. It's the same reason that, you know, if you have Lewin marry a dean, then Lester gets major blood and Lana gets minor blood. You only get major blood if you match the parent, or I believe if both parents have minor, then you get major, because that's how you get it with that's how you get it with the sword twins. That's how you do the glitch, the Balmung glitch, is Holland plus Ira. I like popping into a random stream and hearing someone call Corpore a Shota. Is there a word for that? I don't engage with, like, that culture, because I find it creepy. So I assumed it was just all called lolly. It's like Yuri and Yaoi, where there's, like, different ones for boys and girls, I guess. Shota is just boy lolly. Damn, I didn't even know boy lolly was a thing. I wish I could go back to when I didn't know that. I truly do. I truly do. Alright, Marita sword this guy. Uncomfortable conversation of the day. Yeah, we should move on to a different topic. I also forgot to do this. I forgot to make a cut after the Marita unit review. Are you... Okay, so the bandits that have steel will destroy villages. On the plus side, my Jill got to level 20 and is about to promote at the end of 1-art endgame. Oh, wait, I don't know if I'm supposed to say your name or not, but you're the same person who comments on YouTube. Ryan, right? Not to dox you. Or is it just a coincidence that multiple people are playing Radiant Dawn 1 endgame? How did you like 1 endgame? I know you had a lot of resets to it. Oh, because you're on both platforms. Makes sense. I've been through hell. Zappers. I spent hundreds of turns making Xavier's weapon ranks. So, fun fact, in Radiant Dawn, if you play on a lower difficulty, normal or... Okay, this is regular house. Let's visit regular house. Flo and Broggy, you're the ones that helped me grind it, ain't you? You my deepest gratitude, you do. In all my years, I never... What am I doing? Heroes like you ain't got time to stand around listening to me hammer on. Take a gander. This scroll's a fairly heirloom. It don't mean much without a family, and you gave mine back to me. I'd like you to have it. I won't take no for an answer. I just realized I fucked up, because he's gonna get captured and we're gonna lose the scroll. Today I fucked up. So normal mode Radiant Dawn, you can basically in-engine save state with battle suspends. And so when I played it, I was like, it was after college, but I was still pretty young. What I would do is save state until Nyla could dodge Meteor and then petrify the Meteor guy so we could steal his Meteor. It was very funny. I'm pretty sure enemies don't steal scrolls when they capture. They steal everything but PRFs, I thought? Do scrolls count as PRFs? I guess we'll find out together, chat. We'll find out together. This is a scientific experiment stream now. Because I know, like, they won't You'll just capture it back. Yeah, it's just the problem of, like, then I have to capture him, right? And Olwen is currently my mounted unit. I could mount Fred and have him, like, assist, but yeah, it's just a problem. I got the meteor by surrounding the guy with 3 unequipped units, so he would use fire. Selfina is also mounted now. Oh yeah, I'll use Selfina to capture her. That's actually a really good point. Completed an FE6 Iron Man a while ago. Lot decided to become a god after Red Unit Rutger killed Wade. Yo, the Accost moment! No! Accost Gaming! Yo, the crit! Fred Gaming. Fred Gaming. No, the Accost moment. More Accost moments are happening. Oh, she could just fucking die if she got accosted. Oh, wait, no, he has more HP than her. Okay, we're safe from Accost right now. But... What?! Illegal! Okay, we didn't lose the scroll. But fucking illegal! Oh my god, the hit rate now! Nine weight? Bro, what's your con? 7! We can't steal it back! We have to capture him! The brigands can steal. So in order to mark which brigands are going to destroy the village or not, they get given the steal skill. I did not know that they would actually fucking use it. Of all the things to get stolen too, we're gonna use our once per map save state here so I can fucking recover this goddamn thing. We got a taste of our own medicine. He's hiding on the terrain too, like it's so cringe. What if... Okay, what if we kill the guy who captured Lithis? So that Lithis can capture bait again. I've never seen this happen in any of my FE5 playthroughs. I know, right? So Lithis will be capture bait for this guy. And so then the hope is that that guy captures Lithis. Is Lithis not thick enough to steal it back? He has 7 con, it weighs 9. So I'm hoping this guy captures Lithis, and then it'll be easier to capture him. Basically, is the current hope. No one has ever done that in the history of Dota. I'm gonna clip that shit. Someone on, if anyone's on Twitch, clip it and ship it and 10 strength Nana. Double digit strength Nana. Yo, but that's what we wanted. But that's what we wanted. C rank stabs. She can use torch now. She can use physic now. She is goated now.
I've been waiting for you since I heard the Liberation Army was coming this way. My boy told me all about what happened. We're mighty indebted to you, we are. Take this staff as my way of saying thanks. You can quiet down anyone that you point it at. If you ever have kids of your own, it's awful handy for shutting them up when it's nap time.
Y'all, this translation, like, it does have some fucking boomer humor. It does have some fucking horny humor. I don't love this translation. It feels like any time that it has an inaccuracy tied to it, the inaccuracy is, like, really fucking cringe and gross. Because for the uninitiated, that's not part of the script of Thracia. Child abuse, you know, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking shit on Kaga by pretending that he endorsed child abuse. Wife bad. It's child bad. It's child bad. You know, so much, I was talking about this with my therapist the other day. So much of, like, so many of the problems that we have in society, a lot of the root of it just comes down to people not viewing children as people. She's supposed to have holy blood for high strength. Anyone know if it's worth giving Vantage to Ilyana? Radiant Dawn Vantage is one of the worst skills ever designed. Like, genuinely, unironically, Radiant Dawn Vantage might just be, like, the worst skill in that game. Vantage as a skill is only valuable if you kill the enemy before they counterattack you, right? And as such, it's valuable in scenarios where you're, like, you're using it to survive when you would otherwise not. Bro, fucking stop! Stop picking on Fred! This is unreal! That freaking hates Fred. I would sell Vantage. The question is if you want to send Vantage with Ilyana so Ike can get the money, or do you want Micaiah to get the money? See, he can't steal anything. This is so cringe. Alright. What we'll do is Olwen kill the other brigand. Not the one who has all my stuff. He hates Fred in his normal ass name. This is racism against Fred. It's anti-Fred bigotry. Fred phobia. Alright. This is fucking ridiculous is what this is. Hello, Kolbo. I wanted to, the reason I deployed Lithis is I wanted to steal from Kolbo, because he has the Vantage manual. So this is, like, such a fucking disaster right now. Make Merida into Machua 2.0. Fuck off! Holy shit! A cost because Olwen missed the Dire Thunder. And so then she dies. Oh my god. We have our once per map save state, but it's still ridiculousness. Rip Selfina. What game do you think is the best version of Vantage 3 Houses? I think Vantage is roughly equally good in most games. But it's bad in Radiant Dawn, specifically because it's chance-based. And as such, you can't rely on it. Vantage is a good skill because it's reliable. Like, Vantage is specifically good because it's reliable. Bro. Fucking please. This is Selfina's legacy. But yeah, that's the problem with Radiant Dawn Vantage. Fred, do you want that sword to get stolen again? He already lost the lightning sword. He already lost the lightning sword. Like, y'all need to understand. It's been stolen. It's been stolen. How will the war on Fred affect LeBron's legacy? Is this Kratos community cross-posting? The LeBron James of Fire Emblem? My inside thoughts were confusing Adept with Vantage, Lamau. So Vantage, for anyone who doesn't know, it means that you attack before the enemy on enemy phase. Which doesn't do anything. Single digit strength again. Damn, the run is cursed. Which doesn't do anything unless you kill the enemy and prevent them from countering you. Because otherwise it's like, what is, you know, what is the point of it, right? Thicket, 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 forest. Thicket, thicket, forest. Like, we gotta send reinforcements down. We gotta send reinforcements down. Machua, please. Adept on Volug is awesome. He almost has his bite rank up. Oh yeah, because you get extra strikes to build strike rank. That's actually really smart. That's pretty smart. I randomly realized that he has the lightning sword because he worked for the Telltale people. Oh, yeah, because he's part of the Thunder House, or he's, like, you know, in their army or whatever. That actually makes sense. I never thought about that, but that does make sense, yeah. I would say Fates, but Ryoma is good even without it. Without Vantage? I mean, the Fates version, the Fates mechanics benefit Vantage, I think. Because of guard gauge. Like, Vantage giving you guard gauge early can potentially be helpful. Now, it's worth remembering that, it can also throw off guard gauge math. Alright. We just need to hit these two so we can capture this guy so we can get Fred's shit back. Olwen babysitting Fred as fucking usual. That's the wrong brigand. You're the one with the lightning sword. Fuck. At least we get, I guess we get a free hand axe out of it. This is so ridiculous. Alright, fucking killer bow this guy, please. Larcy and Serende is bulkier than base Merida. Yeah, but that's because they're in a game with, like, much higher stats. This is a game where stats cap at 20. And they're from, like, one of the most stat-bloated games in the franchise, right? Like, I don't know, it's like saying, like, hey, Ashe isn't a bad unit. He has better defense growth than Marcus does. Which, like, I don't know if that's true. It might be, it might not be. But whether or not it is, isn't relevant because, like, 3 Houses units have higher stats and growths than FE7 units do, right? Like, I think cross-game comparisons, they don't really tell us anything. At least not anything useful. Fuck. Oh my god, the wrong guys keep capturing him! I have to leave this one doofus alive to get the Levin sword back. Are you suiciding? That's the Levin sword guy, I think. He just tried to kill himself. He wants to take the Levin sword away from me forever. That's him! What the hell? That's probably true. Stats and genealogy are different from Thracia. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I just checked, and Ashe has a 5% higher defense growth than Marcus in any elite game. Oh, so yeah, I guess I was right. Once again, I've been validated and vindicated. The Karen experience. You go over here. And again, we can't steal it. It's too heavy. I gave you plenty of targets to not kill yourself on, but also please capture Lithis for the love of God. Please capture Lithis, for the love of God. I wonder if Sigurd would be trash in another game. Doubtful. What are you doing? Capture Lithis! He's right there! Okay, Brave Sword, 60%. Can we get Nana over there for massive Riz? Fuck, I sent her the wrong way. We can get Karen over here. Okay, Karen support. Capture Brave Sword, please. Please. The friggin' wants to build a sword collection. fuck a duck! Lithis is right here! Just please, buddy. Just please, buddy. I'm begging you, please. I'm begging you, please. Stop stealing my shit! At this rate, I'd rather recruit him instead of Salem. Why doesn't he want to capture anyone anymore? He captured Lithis in a previous attempt. Okay, movement star. We got this. Thank you, Fergus. The lightning sword lowers your intelligence. Give me back all my shit. Alright, now we send all y'all over this way, because we want to steal the manual. I just finished crying over a movie. How's Thracia going? What movie? I've seen a couple of movies recently. Doesn't this map have a 20-turn limit if you're shooting for the paralog? Yeah, but we're on turn 9. Like, we'll be fine. That's why I'm sending... Like, Karen is delivering Leaf to the throne right now. Give Fred his fucking lightning sword back. After all that. I saw the TV Glow. It's the gender dysphoria horror movie. I want to watch that, but I keep, oh, she missed. I want to watch that, but I haven't gotten around to it. We watched It tonight, the 2017 version of It, and I'll be honest, I didn't care for it. No pun intended, because I know It is like a character and also the name of the movie, but I didn't care for the movie, is what I mean to say. What is the difference between shifted and unshifted Raphael? There is no difference. Raphael, because his wings were clipped, I believe actually shifting is explicitly a downside, because shifted Raphael cannot climb ledges. Raphael is the only Heron that doesn't gain a bonus from shifting. Well, Leanne doesn't. Leanne gains a point of move, but Raphael doesn't. And Rayson gains a better dance formation. He, like, gains the most from shifting, but he has the weakest unshifted form. I can never remember where this guy fucking is. Found him. Okay. We get a steal from him, and then we can seize. It wouldn't even hypothetically help keep him alive because his stats don't improve. Ah, hell, we blundered into a bunch of soldiers, Mr. Hammer. He fucking crit me! Yo, what is my luck on this map? Okay, I think what we want to do... We go here. We send you backwards. Heal you. Cool ass crit animation, but ouch. We want Dagdar to still be the one blocking. Because he doesn't counter. And then we can steal from him, and then we can end the map. Well, not quite, then we can end the map, because we do have to get Olwen to the village as well. But, like, that'll be soon. That'll be soon after. Genuinely sad how Marty will never be as good as him. Hashtag Marty Party. The Marty Party will never end. What's your favorite ship in Fire Emblem? I don't really participate in shipping culture, so I don't really have one. I don't have a problem with it. You know, people who enjoy, people enjoy what they enjoy, right? But I just don't. It's just not something I do, you know? And that's okay. $18 con. We could theoretically capture him with Fergus. I'm pretty sure bosses don't try to capture, though. So I think we just keep body blocking until we're ready to end. The true secret to happiness in life is plunder and a hot dilf. Hashtag motivational quotes. This fucker is hard to hit. He is, just because he's got really high avoid. Will the Marty party... Yo! She got defense. That's actually fucking huge. So we end turn. This track is from Thracia. Yeah. Oh, have you only heard it in, like, ROM hacks before? Are we playing chess? I played chess yesterday. The patrons voted for it. It was very funny. It was like a 20-minute stream, and the first 10 minutes were technical issues. We played Fire Emblem chess. My grand return to Effie. Shoutouts to Effie3 Nina for being a non-unit with useless growths. Did you know Goto and Ellis have the same growths? And not, like, just identical growths. I mean, they literally have the same growths within the code of the game. If you use Nightmare to edit the growths of Ellis, it edits Goto's growths. And, like, it's completely irrelevant because Goto's level 20. The miss... Oh, no, it wasn't a miss. It's just a slow animation. Just a slow-ass animation. I thought that track was from FE6. They might reuse it there. Like, I don't know. They might use it there, but it did originate here? They do often, like, reuse or reference tracks, though, so, like, it's entirely possible. Reverse recruitment FE3, most of your early game squad are just healers. Wait, is there an FE3 reverse recruitment patch? And if so, can you link it in chat? I would unironically play that shit so fucking hard. Book 1 and Book 2, I don't really like Book 2, but I've been slowly working my way through a casual playthrough of it because I needed to get footage. So I needed footage of, Arlen for an upcoming video. I needed footage of the Arlen Merrick Wizard duel for an upcoming video. YouTube will scream if I try to post the link. I'll just give you mod perms. It's fine. There. Now YouTube will let you post links. It's the only workaround I've been able to find. It's just to give people mod perms when I want a link from them. We had to do it for the Leonardan art, when someone drew fan art of Leonardo and Arden because of Fire Emblem. They made like a furry version too. It was awesome. Dodge Tank Dagdar. It's on Effie Universe. Epic, epic, epic. I was referring to the other person. Oh, okay, hold on. I'll take your mod perms away and I'll give them to... it was Activate James. Sorry. Okay, you are no longer a mod. Removed. You are now a mod. And you can post the link. And then I'll take it away when you do. Sis, come look. I was hoping to get to see you again. This here's my big sis. Sis, this is the lady I told you about. I wanted to give you this to say thanks, but I found it in the fort, but I was so shook up I forgot to give it to you before you left. Sorry about that, but better late than never. So, the magic ring, the stat booster, thank you, James, by the way. The magic ring, the stat booster, is, you only get it if Olwen visits here. Otherwise, anyone else, you get a vulnerary, which is less good. Oh, he's too fast. Shit, okay, status... Return 14. We can try to capture. I didn't even think. Damn, Lithis is fucking slow as balls. Alright, Marita. Kill this person. I love Thracia. I also love Thracia. I'm watching the FEE3 videos, and there's so many hacks out there with cool mechanics. I have been following the FEE3 stuff. A lot of it looks really cool. Hopefully our next thief is faster. Oh, he is. Oh, he is. The next thief we get is gonna be the main thief for the rest of the game. Bring back Heal Staves Missing. Unironically, Heal Staves Missing is like one of the funniest mechanics ever. I think I would hate it if it was in a harder game than Thracia, but in Thracia it's just funny. Thracia is not hard enough for me to like rage out over a heal miss. And it leads to like funny Iron Man moments where you're like, oh shit, okay, well fuck me I guess. And like that's always cool. Thracia is such a fucking conundrum when it comes to whether or not you should Iron Man the game. Because on the one hand, like, there's a lot of, like, potential for very funny, like, oh shit, like, something went wrong, I have to adjust to it moments in a game where you can literally never guarantee anything, because there's no 100% accurate. Karen goes here. Or Karen will go here. So she can give Riz. But on the other hand, you've got units like Asbel who are so centralizing that I always think if an Iron Man, if a game has a unit where their death feels like a game over condition, I don't like that. In terms of, like, Iron Man stuff. How many people actually Iron Man blind? I'm not talking about blind. I'm talking about, like, it's a bad blind. Oh! I missed Faulty's video. Or Faulty's comment. Yeah, it's definitely a bad blind Iron Man, but I also agree that, like, if you're blind Iron Manning, you're just kind of accepting something will go wrong. Blind Iron Manning is like a YouTuber move, right? I blind Nuzlocke some stuff, and you just gotta kind of accept, like, the game was not designed for you to Nuzlocke it with no fucking prior knowledge. Celica Route Iron Man is torture. Swamp map. The swamp map moment. Defense on Leaf, it's pretty alright. Alright, we just need to not kill him. Perfect, Marita, the GOAT! Celica Route Iron Man sounds fun, just kill the swamp tiles and they can't poison you. The poison is not why I say, like, that's awful. It's the accuracy. It's the low accuracy, low movement. Bitches be like, I've got my whole life ahead of me. Nah, bitch, the swamp approaches. Me when I'm playing Slots and Daggers and I enter the swamp and then I remember the guy is there. The fish. Damn it, I'll remember this. I think the poisoning is the worst part. In vanilla, sure, but in like an Iron Man setting, you can't guarantee anything at that point, like, because of the accuracy, and I think that's far worse from an Iron Manning perspective. Alright, so I believe Fergus, we're gonna Master Seal now. And I'm gonna give a Torch Staff to Salem. And then we'll end the map next turn. Oh boy, porn bot. Don't click on the scam bot. How do I block? Block. Alright. Get free Wi-Fi anywhere you go. How do I delete a message, though? It doesn't let me delete the there's no, like, delete this message button. It says click to reply. I'm not trying to reply, I'm trying to delete the message. Why doesn't Twitch have a delete messages button? No idea. Ban. Oh, okay. It's because block and ban are different. And I guess banning them auto-deletes their messages? There's gotta be a... I'm gonna message Stigurna. Stigurna, how do I delete messages? Help how to delete Twitch messages. Please. Thanks. Love you. Okay. Let's promote Fergus. I guess since we ran into... Yeah, Twitch UI makes no sense to me either. Since we ran into a Twitch scam bot, this would be a good time to plug a plug. If you are on YouTube, follow me on Twitch. It's free. There are paid tiers, but for free, you will still show up in chat and you get free emojis. These are all free, and you can see them on screen. Jagan Norn. You get a Jagan as Norn. You get Ross as the trainee. You get Garfield. And because I had people subscribe through the paid people get Leaf doing a little Fortnite dance. And also, these three. Crying Alir, Crackers Marcia. I'm surprised that one made it through, because Twitch doesn't like the cracker word. But it did make it through. Ross is a Goto, not a trainee! The Goto video is gonna be goated. I've barely started work on the Goto video. Who do we want to give the Vantage Manual to? That's the real question. I guess since we gave Wrath to Nana, we can give Illios Vantage. Make sure everyone is mounted. Everyone is mounted. If I'm plugging shit, and you're mentioning, the Goto, I should plug the Goto survey. If you have like 10 minutes to spare, which let's face it, you're on Google or you're on YouTube, you do. Consider filling this out. It's a survey about the Goto archetype. Why is crying Aleer a meme on this channel? I wouldn't call it a meme, although I guess making it an emoji sort of solidifies it as such. Aleer crying just makes very good thumbnail material. Like it's a sad Fire Emblem character. It's sort of iconic. Assuming you have the chance to recruit Illios. Oh fuck, we're currently going to Warp Forest. Someone save me. Illios gamers, Sleuf gamers, please donate money. Rescue me from this fate. What does it mean to be a Goto? It's the community term for basically a super strong anti-softlock character who joins you at the end of the game to help you take on the final map, or if not the final map, like close to the final map. So like, Athos from Fire Emblem 6 is sort of the classic Goto, and also, arguably the only Goto. He's the model of it, because he can theoretically solo the final map. He's not like, it's not effortless, but like you can do it. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Blondie327. Welcome, glad to have you here. Orders received.
Jax McMahon donated $10. Orders received. We'll help you go a route.
07 Jackson, if I had my face cam on, you would see I just literally saluted you. We are going all the way up. Dryas dollars. We are at 39 versus 35. Orders received successful. 07, you brave soul. Thank you, thank you. Is Remake Mycen actually useful? I mean, I think he's like mid, right? Like, and not, I don't mean mid as like bad. It's like there's no reason not to deploy him. He's probably stronger than some of the units you haven't trained up unless you're grinding a bunch.
Faulty has just tipped $2. Imtna widen the gap, smile 2 smackers for your finest B route, please.
Faulty videos, thank you so much for the $2 attempt to sabotage me. But you were outsped. And in the words of classic Fire Emblem character Sonic the Hedgehog, gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Mycen is like 90% of teams have no use for him. Really? Would you say so? I will be the first to admit I'm not like a super knowledgeable SOV person, but to me it feels like, you know, he joins with Gold Knight bases. He kind of feels like a you might as well unit. Because like on the final map, you get a ton of deployment slots because you get Celica Army and Alm Army. His stats aren't bad, but his speed stat is bad. His speed stat is quite tragic. Which I think is also a problem in Gaiden, but less of one. Because, like, just numbers are lower across the board. And his defense is, like, a lot more relevant there. But to me, he just feels like, you know, he does some stuff. As opposed to, like, he's quite strong in Gaiden, from what I understand. It's just a matter of, what I always say is, if the last unit in the game joins and they have higher stats than the people who joined before them, that's not an archetype, that's how fucking game design works, right? Like, it's like how the mid-game Paladin has better stats than the early game one. Whoa! You expect stats to go up the further you get into the game, and units who break that pattern are notable for being an exception.
Faulty has just tipped $3. What's $3 more? I can always spend more. Take out a 12th mortgage.
Thank you, Faulty Videos, for the $3 donation. But also, grrr! I'm going to Warp Forest again. God damn it! This is the Olwen gang going strong. Right, I forgot to say, Olwen dies if we go A route, but she lives if we go B route. I forgot that's like relevant because people like Olwen, but I like her, but I like her short term. This seems to be the bandits' handout, Priest Sleuf. The night is still young. I advise we seize this opportunity to purge Tara's borders of these vermin. I have no objections. What of our troops? Aren't the men exhausted? I'm afraid so. Between the long march from Fort Dundrum and the skirmish here, our forces have very little strength left. At most, we can spare a small strike team of 5 soldiers to accompany you. The decision is yours, my lord. I'll do it. If we rout these bandits once and for all, the villagers here finally be able to feed easy. I want to see Illios gaming, so if anyone else could donate to A-Route, that would be cool. Jackson single-handedly funding Dryas' war plan. Or, no, it's August. It's August. He's single-handedly funding August's war plan. Dryas wants to go B-Route. Leaf? Little Lord, is that you? Merida? It really is you. How did you wind up here? I'm surprised as you are. I never expected I'd see you and everyone from Fianna again so soon. I'm halfway convinced this is all just a dream. Merida, I beg your forgiveness for what happened to your mother. It was my fault that the commander, if what happens in anyone's fault, it's mine. I was inexperienced and weak, and I couldn't overcome the power of the sword. Didn't have the discipline to resist it. Merida, I swear to you, I'll get the commander back, whatever it takes. You mean we'll get Mother back together. Please, Leaf. I want to be a part of this. I'll be stronger than I was before. You must let me join you. Of course, I'll have you. Although as much as it pains me, it's not feasible for our army to return to Munster with the way things are right now. But someday we'll be able to go back to the commander. You can count on that. And when that day comes, there's no force in all the heavens that can keep the two of us from getting her back. Couldn't have said it better myself, little lord. I've donated like half of the money to B-Route. It's a war between the two of you then. I guess it's just a war between you two. Okay, so we need Safi. She recruits Tina. We need someone with enough con to capture Trude. I'm thinking Halvan, probably? Or Ocean. FE5 Trude. He has 9 Constitution. So Halvan can do it. I think we go Ocean so we can promote him. Because we get a Master Seal this map. Laura is required because she turns into a dancer. And then we can deploy any 2 others we want. Honestly, I don't think it matters that much. We'll go Merida. Maybe I'll get her a little bit of experience. Alright, so supply, give. Take an iron sword. Sell the broken iron sword. It would be a symbolic gesture, and it might be a fatal one, to donate money when it does not have work for very unfortunate reasons. I guess this would be a good time to reiterate. Please, if you
if you are considering donating for the route split, please only do it if you can actually afford it, and not like, oh, I have the money for it. You can comfortably afford it. I don't want anyone, you know, cutting down on meals or missing, you know, something that they would prefer. I appreciate all of the donations, but bear in mind that they are donations. It's optional, right? So I don't want anyone to feel like they need to, you know, I don't want to feel like anyone. We are doing fine. I will survive. The channel will survive regardless of donations.
Here we go.
Commando Cheney has just tipped $2. This is blatant waifu bias. I want you to go a route because I think Sleuf and Illios are sexy.
Thank you, Commander Cheney, for the $2 donation. Waifu bias or not, or I guess husbando bias would be the accurate depiction of it. You've pushed us over the edge. No, Blondie's crying. No. Forever be her funny. It'll be forever Julia cameo, but Julia has the funniest cameo. Oh, right! I forgot Julia makes a cameo. Do we have an axe? We can get an iron axe on you. Aira, woo. So we got heals, physics, warps, Voog, Marita sword, iron axe, why not? And lockpick for you. Let's save. The beast is dead. It took 5 hours worth of attempts to beat 1-endgame. Congratulations. I actually really like that map, but it is definitely... It's a difficult one. Part 1 of Radiant Dawn is hard. Part 1 of Radiant Dawn is hard. Part 2 and 3 are easier. But part 1 is tricky. Something's fishy. What's going on outside?
Bad news, Pern. Somebody broke into the manor. Soldiers by the look of it.
Imperial Guardsman, maybe? Damn. What's happened to Salem?
I didn't see him. He might be dead. I'll go check it out. Wait here.
Hey! Oh, what's got you guys into such a fuss? You look more uptight than my sister after a week of fasting. Has something happened? The Imperial Army's come to bring the hammer down on us, that's what. Ugh, a pox on them all, those entitled louts. The Empire's here? You got an awful funny look on your face, kiddo. Don't tell me you're thinking of running out while the armor's got us busy. Don't be stupid, young'un. I'd never let such a useful muppet as you just slip away. But why? Why are you gonna be so cruel to me all the time? I wasn't thinking anything funny. Why you ain't getting off that easy? You keep getting these stupid ideas about running away, and I won't hesitate to punish you again. You got that? No! Not another punishment! I am sorry. I'll be good, I promise. Well, let's just see about that, will we? Now be a good girl. Go help Trude with that thief staff of yours. Come on, move it, run. So, that's the Pern. That's the Pern scene. He is, you know, the heroes, Fire Emblem Heroes describes Pern as a Robin Hood figure who has, you know, a sterling ethical code. He steals from the rich and gives to the poor. And he even rescued Tina from some worse bandits who were going to do bad things to her out of the kindness of his heart. And you'll see that in Thracia, sure, he quote-unquote rescued Tina from brigands, like that is a canon event, but it Megamind meme, the Megamind screenshot, more like under new management. He just rescued her from some other people so that he could put her to work and punish her if she ever stopped working for him. This man is a slaver, a child slaver. Is this your goat? Is this your goat, Fire Emblem? Like, he's holding her hostage with a worm. He's threatening punishment. I think that, like, at some point, there's, like, dialogue about, like, oh, I'm gonna throw a spider on you or whatever. And this sort of, as I was actually talking about this last map earlier in the stream, I guess it's relevant. The idea of, like, just sort of the dehumanization of children. You know, people are like, oh, he doesn't, like, physically hit her or whatever. He holds her against her will and forces her to work for him under threat of emotional abuse. Like, that's not heroic behavior. That's not rescuing her from a life of slavery. It's under new management, right? So, I think Kaga's views on women and children are not great. And I think that Kaga does not think Pern is as bad a person as he is. And I think that what the deal is, right, is like, basically, Thracia is about sort of like, not everyone in your army is a morally good person. I think it's done much better with Lithis, where Lithis is just looking for a chance to escape. He's kind of like kicking the can down the road, sticking with you just as long as it benefits him. And he sells Leaf out to the Empire. It's heavily implied that that's why Leaf gets captured in Chapter 3, is he sells him out to the Empire. Never confirmed. I personally have that theory. It is implied. But at the same time, he goes with you because he wants to fuck Safi. And Safi is naive enough that, like, she thinks he has a good soul, whereas he's actually kind of a scumbag. And then he sticks with you during the Manster breakout, and then at that point, like, the Empire's after all y'all, might as well safety in numbers stick with the people who are, like, protecting you from the Empire, right? Who you've managed to worm your way in with. But he's not a good person. And I like that approach. I like, Galzus is there just because his daughter's there. Like, I do think that you can do the morally reprehensible character and the sort of, especially in a situation like Thracia where you're on such a back foot, you have to compromise your morals for victory. It's the idea of balancing the ethics, with the, you know, what we need to survive, right? You probably like Kaga's games don't take the enslaved little girls seriously as they should. I like that Pern seems to be a morally deplorable person, even if he is beloved by the populace. It's a neat wrinkle. That's an interesting read. I actually haven't heard that before. Because I've heard like the Pern defense squad. Lately, there's been like an uptick in the Pern defense of like, but the Fire Emblem Heroes website says he's a good person. So, rather than looking at the text of the game he's in, we just take the SparkNotes summary from Fire Emblem Heroes, right? But it is interesting, like, I was actually talking to a friend of mine earlier today about how, like, she was saying that, like, author's intent is only one way of interpreting a story, and, like, if you can read something into a story that, like, is supported by, it's not, like, explicitly contradicted by the text or whatever, that's as valid of a reading, even if the author's intention wasn't that. And, like, we can only know so much about an author's intent, right? Like, it's impossible to see into someone's heart. Based on comments that Kaga has made publicly, as well as patterns of what appears in his game, my personal read is that he just doesn't see it as bad as it really is. A lot of people don't see, like, they see any sort of bad act as equal, and when you want a flawed character, you just pick one. That's why, like, the racism stuff, right? We're, like, dismissing racism as just another character flaw, as opposed to, like, the systemic problem that it is, and how it's, like, it's worse to be a racist than to be, like, you know, pathological liar or whatever, right? Like, both of those are things that we can say are bad. Author's intent is a terrible way to interpret stories. Yeah, I think, like, you know, it is sometimes relevant to factor in terms of, like, just having the context around a story so that you can sort of avoid accidentally getting, if an author has, like, an impure intent, right? Like J.K. Rowling, the Jewish goblin stuff, right? You can read what you want into it, but it's also worth noting, like, oh, hey, this anti-Semite uses anti-Semitic tropes for the bankers, right? So, like, I do think that an author's intent is relevant, but I also think one of the wonderful things about art is that, like, we can interpret meanings. If you can find meaning in a work of art, whether it was intended or not is not relevant to that. You found meaning in it, right? FE4, I talked about how, like, I think the major theme of FE4, especially in Gen 2, is how the next generation can do better than, like, we can build a better society than what we were handed by our parents, right? And that ties into a lot of my own personal political beliefs, that are sure as shit not shared with Kaga. And I do not think that I think that Kaga has a lot more of a sympathetic view of Sigurd than much of the Fire Emblem fanbase, to be honest. But then me in particular as well. But just because Kaga, at least in certain parts of the text, doesn't really seem to condemn Sigurd as much as I would say he should. Like, there's that scene with the Sigurd's ghost talking to Sleuf, and everyone talks about how, like, Sigurd's, like, the best guy ever. So, like, you know, Kaga probably didn't mean to be like, Sigurd actually kind of sucked ass the whole time, right? But I read it as, like, Sigurd sucked ass and Sleuf can build a better world than he was handed by his father. And, you know, in the same way, you know, if... I don't think Kaga was trying to make a character who, like, the reputation doesn't match the personality. But I also think that's a very valid read, Commando Cheney. Commando Cheney, sorry. I think that like, it fits. It fits, because it's like, oh, we've heard these guys are great, and the villagers are like, they couldn't possibly be dandelions. But, like, I mean, the more I think about it, the more it's like, well, actually, because... last chapter, right? We go to that village, the villager's like, last chapter we go to the village, the villager's like, we're getting attacked by bandits, and Marita's like, oh, is it the dandelions? And they're like, no, the dandelions are good guys. But they were the dandelions. Like, Pern is like, oh, I'm working with this guy, but he's like, he takes more brutal methods than me. You know, maybe we should stop working with him. But the villagers just assume, like, Pern would never work with this guy because he's got brutal methods, right? So already we do have setup for the fact that Pern's reputation is perhaps unearned and overblown, right? He does a few good deeds. It's the billionaire donating to charity thing, right? He does a few good deeds, because no one is wholly good or wholly bad, you know? I believe that he truly did, you know? I mean, he even says, like, oh, we shouldn't kill and we should not steal from the poor, right? And I think that he believes in those principles, but he also doesn't put his money where his mouth is, because he will ally with people who break them, right? And who you hang out with is a reflection of at least what you're willing to tolerate. Art is, at the end of the day, up to the holder's interpretation, and its worth is regardless of what the author meant. The author creates, but the holder interprets. I think it's not, like, entirely divorced from the author. I do think that, like, it's if anything, it's communication, right? The author is communicating something to you through the medium of, in this case, a game, right? And that sort of ties into, like, one of the many, many issues I have with AI, quote-unquote, art, where it's like, you're not communicating with a person. If you look at an image that was, like, generated by an AI, there's nothing to be communicated to you. It's just like an algorithm pulling random data points together. There's this odd thing with video games where a lot of people say the story is bad, and then they dismiss any interpretation of it because of that, and I think that's kind of frustrating. His death coat, he kind of admits that he's not a good person. Maybe we'll kill him off to see. Oh, I gotta make a save state. Right, save state. Chapter 12X. I make save states every chapter so I can, like, access for footage and stuff. Given my play record, we'll probably get to see his death quote. Hey, Pern, can you stand in the middle of the enemy horde so I can see your death quote? It is funny, like, the, hey, go charge those enemies unarmed. I want them to capture you. Like, those tactics. Pern is a reasonable man. If I can just talk to him, I'm sure I can make him understand the situation. Are you offering to help us, Salem?
Truth be told, I haven't made up my mind yet, but we've more pressing concerns at present, do we not?
Excuse me? Laura, what's wrong? The bandit leader, Pern, he's not a bad person, you know. Do you know him, Laura? Yeah, I do. Up until about a year ago, I was a dancer in a traveling troupe of performers. They treated me like dirt, but there wasn't anything I could do about it because I was their property. I've been sold to them as a child. Pern rescued me from that and set me free. And from there you became a thief? Is that about right? That's about the whole of it, yeah. Lord Leaf, please, you gotta let me talk to him. I just need to see Pern and talk this whole thing out. Alright. We got a unit review. Salem. So Salem is the first playable Dark Mage. Jormungandr is a 14 might tome with 70 hit. Honestly, not great. Like 70 hits, cringe, but yeah, 14 might, whatever. 12 weight, cringe. Like he's not doubling shit. And his combat stats are pretty bad. 7 speed, 8 magic, 2 defense, like frail as balls. 22 HP. He's frailer than Merida, actually, especially when you factor in the speed. Thankfully, he can use the actual elemental magic, so if you want him to do combat, like throw a Wind Tome on him, throw a Fire Tome on him, throw a Thunder Tome on him, you can technically capture a good deal of Dark Siege Tomes, but, like, I would say what's the point, right? It's whatever. God, his stats are so ass. Yeah, his stats are pretty fucking pathetic. No skills to speak of. This is one of the best units in the game. Like, genuinely, this is one of the best units in the game. He is the second fastest warper. He has C rank staves. However, he gains 50 staff experience, which is a full level, on promotion. Which means he is only 50 stat experience and a master seal away from warp. He is the second fastest warper. And that's good, because thanks to fatigue, you cannot always just have one warper. Even if you don't need multiples on a map, you need that. Thracia Staff Broken moment. Yeah, him starting with C is also good, because it means he can use Sleep and Torch and Silence and everything right away to start getting rank up. The higher rank the staff is, the more staff rank you get. And this will be relevant for another unit we have a review on. But basically how it works is staves give fatigue and experience faster at the higher rank. So you get 1 fatigue for heal, that's E rank. A D rank gives you 2 fatigue. A C rank gives you 3 fatigue. B rank gives you 4 fatigue. And an A rank or a personal gives you 5 fatigue. And for the most part, I believe that matches up with stat experience, but unless I am misremembering, I think you get 10 staff experience for a personal instead of 5. Not relevant for Salem, he doesn't have any personals. FE5, let's say Sleep, that's a C. So that should gain 3 staff experience, right? It doesn't say, it says 25 experience, but not staff experience. But I believe you gain, I can double check on the wiki, FE5 staff EXP. Weapon EXP, Serenus Forest. No, to show me Fire Emblem 7. Blah, 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 blah. Staff experience gain in Fire Emblem Thracia. That's not helpful. This is unhelpful! You know what, let's pull up Sleep. We can see its stats. Thracia! Weapon experience 3. Okay, yeah. So you get 10 for a personal, and then everything else is equivalent to the rank. And then you don't get 10 fatigue for a personal. You only get 5 fatigue, but you do get 10 staff experience for it. So Salem can very quickly, like, staff experience grows really slow in Thracia. Or weapon experience does. But stabs, once you have a good staff rank, you can quickly sort of like snowball into that. He can start using, you know, Torch gives him 2 per, so this is 10, this is 9, like that's 19. I believe Physic is a B rank, right? No, it's C, yeah. So like, he can immediately start just getting staff experience out the wazoo. And because stabs also give a good amount of experience gain, he'll hit level 10 by the time he gets B rank stabs, then he's just a Master Seal from Warp. I think it's entirely reasonable to have Salem at Warp in like chapter 14, 15-ish, which is around the time you want a second Warper. So it does require focusing down on him. Like, there's a reason I traded him the Torch Staff. He normally starts with only Jormungandr and Sleep, but if you trade things onto him as a captured unit, he starts with them. So that's why I gave him the Torch Staff. Scroll stacking is cool, but they put a limit on how fun it is to make shitty randoms combat gods. I think Salem is routinely underrated because his combat sucks, and a lot of people don't consider turning him into a utility unit. Especially since, like, he starts with staff rank as an unpromoted unit. So that's the other thing is, like, I've had conversations with people where they're like, yeah, you know, Salem's not gonna reach Warp on time because he needs 100 staff experience, but it's like, no, he gains 50 from promotion. He needs 50. Turning Safi or Sleuf into combat units is funny but pointless. It's not just pointless, it's hard because you don't get light tomes for them until super late. You get 1 light tome on Homer, and then the first light tome shop is chapter 22. 50 is a full rank. Yes, 50 is a full rank. So yeah, Salem is really good. The fact he can use dark magic, like if you want to train his dark magic rank up, Fenrir is by far the most accessible and stealable siege tome. But I don't think that's worth it, especially since he should be staffing every single player phase. Now, on that topic, I have to pull up the map because this is another fog map. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna immediately start out. Oh, right, you don't target. So there's Trude. He can use his Siege Tome on the enemy phase. I'm pretty sure this is one of the games where you can't actually, but I might be wrong. Pern! Yeah? Huh? Laura, is that you? What are you doing here? Wait, don't tell me. You missed me so much you couldn't help but come running back into my arms, right? Would it make you happy if I actually said that? Hey, what's going on? You're so serious. Your face is all scrunched up like you just swallowed a whole lemon. Come on now, get real. What do I want with some kid running around getting all up in my business? Turn around and get yourself back to Munster, kiddo. So that's it then. You're shooing me away like a stray dog. Just like before. I at least thought you liked it when I danced. I still remember you coming to see me perform and watching me like I was the only thing in the world. Well, yeah, but that's before I realized you was just a kid. Look, if it means that much to you. Yeah, I did like watching you dance. It was more than like a attraction or whatever. It made me feel alive. I was invigorated, you know? But you hated it, right? So it's probably for the best that you quit. Yeah, well, I didn't hate dancing. I just hated the way the troupe treated me is all. So if you want me to, Pern, I can go back to doing it for you. Look, don't be stupid. Not just for you, I mean. For everyone. Maybe I can make everyone feel a little bit lively with my dancing. Who's everybody? Prince Sleuf and the whole Thracian army. That's who. You know? Not that I'm much help myself. Oh, so that's where all this ruckus started, eh? Alright, Laura, I'll tell you what. You go back to dancing, I'll come along with you in the Liberation Army. Really, Pern? Alright, it's a deal. Good. I wasn't holding up in Dacia Forest and robbing people forever. Because I'm keeping hold up in Dacia Forest and robbing people forever. Liberating North Thracia, huh? Oh, this is gonna be so much more fun. So, you know, circling back on that, just like more Pern issues. It was before I realized you were a kid. It wasn't just sexual attraction. Like, it feels really gross in a way that, like, Kaga moment. Funny -5 promo. Yeah, never do this promo. She loses stats. Is this the only promotion to lower stats? Pegasus to Wyvern in FE1 and 3, you lose res. Let's talk about Pern as a unit, though, because as a character, ooh. So Pern is a rogue. This is a promoted thief. And he starts with B rank swords, which means... well, let's talk about the utility first. He has 8 con, so he can steal more stuff than Lithis can. And he's faster. 14 base speed, and a 65% growth rate. So he's better at stealing stuff. He also has 5 movement stars, which means, like, 25% chance to take an extra action. So sometimes he can just, like, incidentally steal something and then get a movement star and go somewhere else and steal something else, which is kind of cool. He is a better thief than Lithis, but because he joins later, I think he ultimately ends up being worse because stealing in the Manster arc is so important. If you are choosing between the two of them to deploy, I think he's always the better deploy. But also, there's sometimes you just want both. Laura still has Lock Touch, but you usually want her to be dancing. So, if you have, like, a lot of things to steal or a lot of doors to open or whatever, deploying both Pern and Lithis is useful. B-rank swords also means he can use the Kingmaker to get Charisma, although so can a lot of sword units. He can use Brave Sword if you want, because his combat's not terrible. 7 strength, 5 defense. It's better than base Merida, right? Welcome back, Soul Dew. Yeah, Vantage and Soul, like, make you think, like, oh, let's put it on a bulky unit. But he's got fucking 5 defense, right? Like, also... Soul, skill percent chance. Yes. What if we gave the super frail guy an 8% chance to gain back some HP, Lamau? Like, at least if you're trying to cope like Soul Rajat or some other low skill unit, it's usually someone bulky, right? Like, Rajat is bulky, so you can be like, well, she's got like a 2% chance, but she'll, she has 1,000 chances for it. Pern dies in 2 hits. So, like, what's the point? Soul bad. Oh, hi, Luna. Game theory. Is Dew related to Pern? Oh, I hope not. No, Dew has blonde hair, Pern has blue hair, so it's literally impossible. But his combat's, like, actually pretty good in terms of, like, just having high speed, high sword rank, and decent strength. So even though, Kingmaker's not his PRF, Brave Sword's not his PRF, that sort of stuff, like, most of your sword users who are not named Fergus are not going to have the rank to use them. Leaf will. Oh yeah, he can use magic swords too. Like, not a great magic stat, but he has 1-2 range with them, right? Dew and Tina would be best friends if he was burnt alive. Yeah, probably, yeah. They're both kids. But yeah, like, at Pern's combat, like, you don't deploy him as a combat unit, but when you deploy him for thieving, he can just do combat well, and that's pretty cool. that sort of like synergizes with his Vigor Stars as well. Because he can like steal something, and then if you get lucky and get a Vigor Star, you're like, well, I guess I don't have anything else to steal, but I'll have him do combat. Oh, he has 5 FCM too. So like, because he's fast, right? He'll crit shit. 5 FCM, give him the rapier, he crits stuff, right? I believe he's supported by Trude and Salem? I might be wrong about that. FE5 turn. Supports. He receives from Lara. Oh, he gives to Lara, Trude, and Salem. Okay. So he's supported by Lara. So you can get like a guaranteed crit build with a rapier, or just high skill. You know, he has 8 base skill. Give him 2 more skill, guaranteed crit with rapier. Like that's pretty cool. Yeah. Pern is a very good unit. And now we steal that from Tina so she doesn't steal from me. Now that we've recruited Pern, all of these units are gonna start trying to retreat. You have a bunch of killing edges at this point, so it isn't hard to crit with 5 PCC and swords. Do you have a bunch of killing edges? You have the one Shiva started with. And then, do you have access to any others? Like, genuinely, I'm trying to remember. You might start getting them soon. I'm misremembering when they start flooding. You can get another if you capture the Guidance Shiva. Yeah, but you shouldn't. Yeah, but you shouldn't. Capturing Guidance Shiva is like the biggest noob trap ever. Why, yes, this dodgy enemy on a Thracia fort, which, reminder, 10 defense and, what is it, 10 defense, 20 avoid? Who has a crit rate, by the way, just for a fucking killing edge? No thank you. And not even a full killing edge. The dancers escaped. The EXP. Oh, Luna, have you never played Thracia? That gave it away. That gave it away, by the way. So if you wait until there's two reinforcement dancers on this map. One shows up turn 25 on this staircase, and one shows up on turn 30 on this staircase. And the turn 25 one has a Master Seal. The turn 30 one has a Warp Staff. And they only show up if you don't attack any dancers beforehand. Nighty Night Trude. Yeah, so there's 2 different ways to recruit Trude. And I am going for by far the easier one. You can either talk to him with Pern, or you can put him to sleep and or you can not put him to sleep, but capture him. And the best way to capture him is to put him to sleep so he doesn't just retreat. Can you talk to sleeping people in Thracia? You cannot. That's what Marty is here for. That's the Marty job. Marty's gonna talk with his fists. Oh, fuck. I forgot Pern doesn't have a lockpick on him. Wait, is there a supply on this map? There's not. Okay. We have to reset. I don't have enough lockpicks for all the chests. Did Pern canonically lock himself in the room with no way out? Wait, that's actually very fucking funny. Thracia's softlock moment. It's not a softlock. It was not a softlock. I could beat the chapter, but I would miss the treasure. Because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chests? How does FE5 handle warp? Is it infinite use? It is not. Warp stabs have 3 uses. Not use, range. It is infinite range, yes. And you can warp, you can warp into Fog of War tiles, which is something that I believe no other Fire Emblem game lets you do. Technically, Fire Emblem Engage, you can lose stats if you promote to something with a lower cap. That's true. That also happens if you do, like, randomizers or whatever. Radiant Dawn, you also can lose stats on promo. Which class lines? Played Thracia when it first came out got softlocked somewhere. Probably a good deal. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's just not clear. Valkyrie and Whisper only have a 35 luck cap, whereas Cleric and Rogue have 40. Huh. That is very interesting. Okay, let's put Trude to sleep. Erica sucks in Randomizer because her personal base is so bad. Yeah, she gets all of her stats from her class. Meanwhile, if someone randomizes into an Erica Lord, they end up cracked, right? Today I learned Erica gets most of her bases from her class. Wow. Oh, I missed with the sleep staff. Wait. Hey, that's more staff experience. That's just optimal.
forward. Dance for you. What is the most Fire Emblem to reverse recruitment and or randomize? I'm not a fan of randomizers, to be honest. As far as reverse recruitment, I think if you want to do a reverse recruitment, look at a game's cast and look at like how different the early and late game units are from each other. The more different early and late game units are from each other, the more interesting it'll be as a reverse recruitment option. Because, like, for example, if you play, like, Path of Radiance reverse recruitment, right? You still end up with an early mage, you still end up with an early cavalier. You get a different Jagan, but that's about it. You play Fire Emblem 7 reverse recruitment. Athos is an early mage, you get an early healer and Renal. Like, the cast is very similar, front and back. Meanwhile, you go, like, you know, FE3, your first 4 units are healers, you get a ton of healers. How does Fates recruitment affect Fates? With Fates, it's interesting because units have, like, specific personal skills and stuff, as well as just, like, unique class access. Do I want to torch again? We're 10. Nino Gaming would be so real. I am on record as saying I would play FE7 reverse recruitment if someone made a patch where Nino and Marcus were reversed. Because Nino and Marcus theoretically could be reversed from each other, since you gain a bunch of units all in the same chapter. It lines up, she's a possibility. And so I've been on record, you know, if someone turned Nino into the fucking Jagan, because I tried doing it myself, and then I realized I'm bad at FE Builder. FE3 Book 1 reverse recruitment just gives you Est in Chapter 1. They could make it so that you don't access your Lord until endgame in Fates. That would be hilarious. Corrin is not, Corrin is not, like, easy to mod stuff for. Marcus at Nino's level sounds peak. I mean, just think about it, though. Nino, with her growths, auto-leveling to 20/1. And then you get her in Chapter 12. Or in Elliewood mode, you get her in Chapter 11, right? Like, does that not sound like peak gaming to you? Pent fucking who? Do you have a Discord link? That would be the easiest way to hand over any sort of patch. I do not have a Discord link. However, in the description of my YouTube video is my business email. That'll probably be the easiest way to do it. If you wanted to. Would Nino also get double A rank? Yo!
then people could pretend that A-rank stabs matter in the early game for even longer. I think Pent's A-rank stabs is perhaps the most overglazed thing in FE7. Not Pent, but specifically his staff rank. Because you do not get, stabs early enough for it to, like, matter. GBA stabs are so boring. It's not even necessarily that they're boring, although I do agree with that. It's just you never get them, right? Like, Warp and Rescue come at the end of the game in FE7. So, like, what are you doing with your life? Trying and failing to hit sleep? I maintain Warp should be an S-rank staff. I also think it should be. It's S-rank in a lot of ROM hacks. Tina? What are the blazes are you doing here? Oh, big sis. Tina, dear, why the tears? What's happened to you? Start from the beginning. Why did you leave Tara? I wanted to help you. Just thinking of you out here on your lonesome. I couldn't stand the thought, so I left the city. But then that big bully Pern caught a hold of me. He's a thief and he's been treating me as his personal slave. A slave? That can't be. Who would do such a thing? Tina, what exactly did he make you do? Steal things for him mostly. With my thief and unlock stabs, you know? He said those were what made me useful. Well, couldn't you just refuse? Surely you'd listen to objections of a little girl scarcely old enough to hold a broom, wouldn't he? You don't understand. If I said no, he'd do awful, horrible, terrible things to me. He would? Uh-huh. Tina, please, you must tell me what he did to you. God's given me strength. I've steeled myself for whatever wickedness it is. He'd take a big-headed caterpillar and wave it in front of my face or drop it on my head. It was so gross and icky, I thought I'd die right then and there. Is that all? Uh-huh. Oh, big sis, it was awful. I'm getting the shivers just telling you about it now. Oh, Tina. Yeah? It's nothing. Listen, I told you to wait in Tara until I returned. Promise me you'll do as I say from now on, right? Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, big sis. Say, I saw that Lord Leaf fighting earlier, and he's awful cute, isn't he? Aw, somebody like him would be my dream guy. But he couldn't just have good looks. He'd have to be a prince, too. What do you think, big sis? Tina, I'm a little worn out right now. Let's talk about this later, alright? Okie dokie, big sis. So again, the like, you know, oh, is that all? It's just the caterpillars or whatever. I feel like people are so fast to dismiss the impact stuff can have on small children. Like, yeah, waving a caterpillar in front of your face, throwing bugs on you, it is not, you know, physical torture or whatever. Legally it would be considered battery, at least within the United States. Like, legally it is considered battery. Because battery's legal definition is unwanted physical contact with either you or a tool, which, you know, applies to literally anything you could throw at them, right? But like, this is what, like an 8-year-old, right? Like, why are we forcing her to steal stuff at threat of emotional torture? Or not emotional torture, emotional abuse, right? Like, not letting her escape, like, hey, if you run away. And then her sister's just like, oh, is that it? Is that all that happened? I don't know, I think it's fucked. I think, like I keep saying, many of society's problems stem from so many adults not viewing children or the elderly as full people. Actually, Tina is 15. I reject that canon age. That's like at least being technically an adult. If this was my little sister, I would not be unbothered. Yeah, like if somebody fucking held my sister against her will, threw bugs on her if she didn't, like, do work for them, that's fucked. Tina doesn't look like a teenager. She doesn't act like one either, right? Like, she acts like she's 8 years old, which, you know, I mean, like, even with adults, people are very fast at some emotional abuse, but with kids, it's doubly fucked up. Yeah, I was watching another streamer. I'm not gonna name who because I don't want to start drama, but they were talking about like the school system, right, and punishment in the school system, and how they think like, you know, people who complain about forms of punishment in the school system or like complain that their teacher was bad or whatever are all just like babies fixating on things that from when they were a kid. And people would give examples of like, you know, like our teacher would, if we were late to class, make us run like marathon on the football and we came back with blisters. And he just goes like, so what, it's blisters. And it's like, so what, that's physical abuse, right? Like, so many people just view what happens to kids as like, well, you know, we gotta punish them to train them to be adults. You spend 25% of your life on average as a child. Are we really saying that like a quarter of someone's life? More potentially. If we're saying 25 is the end point, right? Which I think is a reasonable cutoff. That's when people say the brain stops developing. It's not entirely true. Like the brain is a lot more plastic than you think, even as an adult. But that's sort of the it's a cutoff people agree on, right? At least a quarter of your life is going to be as a kid. Are we really okay with at least a quarter of your life being a point where you're just treated like shit, completely dismissed? Any physical or emotional comfort is just not important? Tina is older than Miranda. Wait, seriously? That's funny. That's funny. Not to focus on the Pern stuff, though. Let's talk about Tina as a unit, because... oh boy! This is probably the most overrated unit in the entire fucking franchise, while still being good. Oh, Donald exists. This is the most overrated unit who is not Donald. Good unit time. She's a good unit. She's a great unit, I would say, in fact. She has 2 personal stats. The first and less impressive, but honestly still good one, is Unlock. Infinite range, unlock doors and chests. 3 uses. And lowers the drawbridges, lol. Fucking meme. But like, yeah, unlocking doors and chests from a distance is cool, is good, even, I would say. There's plenty of maps where there are chests that thieves are going to get to before you can reach them, and Tina can just like open the chest and get the item so you don't lose it. You only get 3 uses of it, but there's not that many items where you would want to use it. The real fucking, like, cash money is the Thief Staff, or other PRF, and that's in Lara, I want to say, inventory? Yeah. So, the Thief Staff is a 4-use staff that lets you steal anything from anyone on the... it's infinite range, so anyone on the map, you can steal something from someone who has lower magic than Tina. Now, Tina's base magic isn't great, it's 3, but a lot of physical enemies will have a magic of 0, and she's got a 50% growth rate, so you can raise that, you can ensorcel her to give her the +7. At base, she can still steal from a lot of physical units. If you raise her, she can start stealing from magical units, especially with ensorcel, and that's pretty cool. Stealing, there's a lot of good steal targets. The most basic application is to take an enemy's weapon away so they're not a threat. So like ballistas, even though you can't use them, if you steal a ballista, that's an instant kill. There's also any mounted unit. The only way you can get their stuff is by stealing it, either with a thief staff or a thief. So most notably, the Sleep Sword has 20 weight, which means thieves cannot steal it, and it's only on mounted units. So if you want a Sleep Sword, which you probably do, then the Thief Staff is the only way to get it. Difficult to capture enemies, either because they're dangerous if you want like a killing edge, or the Voog. There's a second Voog on B route. She can steal from them from a safe distance. You can steal a ballista. Yeah, you can steal a ballista. I wouldn't recommend it because And this sort of gets into why I think she's super overglazed. You only have 4 uses of Thief before you have to start using Hamern on it. And I don't think Thief is a bad Hamern target. Like, let me start out with that. But I don't think it should be assumed that you Hamern Thief even once, let alone more than once, just to start using the Thief Staff over and over and over. Throughout the entire campaign, you're probably stealing 4 or 8 items. And those will be very high value items, if you're choosing your targets correctly. Notably, stealing Warp Stabs in, I believe it's 24x, 23x, 21x. 21x, you can steal Warp Stabs with it. And that's pretty cool. I guess the extra Vogue and the Sleep Sword are the other main targets. That's the other thing, is like, I struggle to come up with targets for the Thief Staff that the response is not just like, well, why wouldn't you just capture that person? Why wouldn't you just use your own thief to steal something, right? The Warp Stabs in 21x, it's because they're... I mean, I have used my own thief for it. You use warp your thief and have the thief steal things. But it's easier to do it with the Thief Staff. There's some random unlock staffs, but no stealable Thief Staff. Yeah, you can use the Thief Staff to steal another unlock staff, but also I don't think you want it. Like, I think that's pretty low value. And you can just steal it with a thief. Like, that's the problem I have with people saying that Tina should be S rank because her PRFs are so good. Her PRFs are good, but very situational. I do think that it is ideal to Hamern Thief at least once, but also I think that it is throwing to Hamern Thief more than once. I think if you use Hamern on Thief more than once, you are throwing. Because people will argue like, oh, well, why would I Hamern Warp when I can just Hamern Thief and steal warps in Chapter 21x? Well, first off, you probably want to warp before 21x, but also there's only so many warps to steal in 21x, and what else are you stealing with that? Are you just stealing ballistas for shits and giggles? You can steal Raedric's sword. Oh my god, the Raedric's sword exploit. The Raedric's sword exploit. It's not even, like, relevant. No one can use it, right? Like, is it just so that you can kill him more easily? You can kill him with just kill him with Galzus! Luna goes through Raedric's sword. Tina enables the Chapter 22 warp skip. No she fucking doesn't. She has E-rank stabs. No she fucking doesn't. She has E-rank stabs. Tina does not enable the Chapter 22 warp skip, and this is the other half of the Tina cope that I want to talk about. Tina is not a fucking warper. Tina is not a warper unless you are doing an excessive amount of grinding. She starts out with E-rank stabs, so she is functionally 200 staff experience, 200 and a Master Seal, because she's 250. Oh, no, she's 200 away. She's 200 away, or 150 plus a Master Seal. That's, you know, pretty cool. But at the same time, you get so many other staffers that are much closer. She is as far as you can be from warp. And she can't even start using, like, the high-rank stabs to build it better. What you can do if you want to rush her to warp is spam unlock and spam thief. Because each of those give 10, right? So the common argument goes like, well, I just used thief very early on. 4 uses of thief is 40. 3 uses of unlock is 30. That gets her to D already. But you've broken her fucking personal stabs then. So why are you using her? Why are you using her? Hello, Marty. Why are you using her with her personal stabs? If you're wasting her personal stabs to get her to warp early, which, by the way, it doesn't get her there early, it gets her to D. If you use every single personal stab, if you break her fucking personal stabs, then you get to lower than what Safi would be. Because even if you get some number of misses with her low skill, yeah, you get 10 per miss without using a durability. On average, she's gonna break them before she gets to C.5, which is where Safi was. And this is so much later in the campaign than Safi. We just got Salem. And people say Salem takes too long to get the warp, which is just not true, but like, okay. Are you really telling me you want to break her personal stats to have her not be as high rank as Salem? Actually, units who can't use stabs are further away from warp than her. Luna, I'm gonna need you to move over to Twitch so that I can give you a 5-minute timeout. I'm not actually, but Jesus. I've been in the Tina trenches because Tina is an incredibly fun unit. The frowny face emoji. Tina's an incredibly fun unit, and she has incredibly powerful PRFs that are incredibly situational. And I think that those situations come up so late that, I'm capping for Tina, she's my favorite. Like, so, like, I'm not trying to say she's bad. I think in my Thracia tier list, I put her in, like, low A. But the fact that she was one of 3 units in the community tier list to reach S tier, and it was, like, she reached S tier with a higher margin than, like, Asbel or something. Her movement growth is 5 times higher than people with a 1% movement growth. Chat, you're gonna fucking give me a heart attack. I know you're joking. GotB4096, I know you're joking, and I still, it's one of those, you know the gif, I know it's rage bait, why am I still mad? We should talk about the lottery portion of Tina. So, Tina's got a 5% move growth, the highest move growth in the game, yay. And that ties into the fact, by the way, fucking if she procs it, she still only has 6 move, because she's stuck at 5 at base. But that ties into the fact that, like, Tina has 1 skill, which means she has a very low staff hit chance. I believe it's, because it's 60 plus skill times 4. So she has a 64% staff hit chance. That means she's gonna be missing frequently. Not frequently enough that, like, she increases, like, it's so awkward. She's missing frequently enough that she is an inconsistent and unreliable unit for the utility role, but she's not missing frequently enough that you can count on her to miss and grind staff rank that way, right? She also has a low skill growth, so if you want her to be more accurate, you need to either scroll her up or give her weapons. Or not weapons, stat boosters. And it's usually stat boosters because her experience gain is super slow, right? But the Tina lottery is that she has 5 Vigor Stars, much like Pern. So whenever she takes an action, she has a 25% chance to Movement Star, get a free one. The Tina lottery is, let's go gambling. Tina tries to physic a low health unit. Ah, dang it, I missed. Woohoo! Movement Star. Tina tries to physic a low health unit. Ah, dang it, I missed. Woohoo! Movement Star. Laura dances for Tina. Oh wait, no, she can't Movement Star again. It's you can't Movement Star. So then Laura dances for Tina. Then Tina's trying her 3rd attempt to physic staff a low health unit. Oh no, Tina missed. Woohoo! Movement Star. Tina tries to physic a low health unit. Tina successfully physics the low health unit. Yeah! I got so much value! I'm currently concocting the worst possible argument for unit viability I can. The highest movement growth is why she's the best unit in the game. Chat, you're crazy. Chat, you're crazy. Tina is an incredibly fun unit, and as such, she's a member of the Alchrist archetype, where people will overinflate a unit's value because of how much fucking fun they are. I think you should. She's the best unit in the entire series. Luna, why are you saying that? You hate proc skills. Movement stars are a proc skill. This is how I convince you. Movement stars are a proc skill. It's functionally a proc skill for taking an extra action. Not so good now, liberals, is it?
I know Alcryst isn't great, but Lunacrits are fun. I also think, like, there's been a backlash to Alcryst where people are like, he's such a trash unit now. He's still a fucking bow user who joins in the mid-game with good stats, right? Like, he's useful for a while. If you want to invest in him, you train him up. And Sniper is a good class, and Luna's a cool skill. And if you don't want to, you use Figado instead. Right? Like, it's the same thing as fucking Etier. It's the same thing as, I mean, half the fucking unit. Everyone, like, oh, unsalvageable. And then somehow Tamara gets glazed instead. I don't understand the Luna grazing on Alcryst. There's two levels of it. One level is people just, like, assuming that things are more reliable than they actually are, which I think is something that happens to Tina as well. But the second level of Alcryst grazing is the dumbest fucking fart-sniffing argument I've ever heard. Actually, reliability doesn't matter because you have turn wheels, so if you ever don't succeed, turn wheel, and then try again, and turn wheel, and try again until you succeed, and then you run out of turn wheels, and then you're fucked, right? Like, that's what happens. You can make Alcryst consistently work in a beneficial role. I do think that, I will say this, I do think that late game Alcryst is more reliable than he's often given credit for, because if you give him the Brave Bow and, like, Lin or anything that gives him enough speed to double, and he quads enemies, with his high skill growth, he has something like an 80 to 90% success rate with Luna. It ends up being like that Alchryst's chances of killing an enemy with Luna are roughly equivalent to Etier's chances of hitting them and killing them with her higher strength. So they end up, like, in the long run, just kind of evening out. I mean, Etier can reach 100 hit, Alcryst will never reach 100% Luna, so, like, that's, you know, take that for what that's worth. Just cursor wiggle! He has 100 hit, but he's not dealing damage to that Luna. Yeah, like, the Luna proc chance is his hit rate, is the way that I think about it. And that brings him and Etier, like, basically in the same level, in my opinion. With proper setups, right? With proper setups. We kinda got sidetracked, but fuck it. I'm leaving this in the Tina unit review for the unit review compilation. Congratulations, bonus unit review, Alcryst. Okay. I just had to make the cut there. I don't like Etier the character, so I'm not training her. I think Engage is like the game where, of all games, where your squad is just determined by how much you like them. There's units who are obviously significantly better, and there's units who are obviously significantly worse. But even those units can work. You know, you can burn RNs at FE5 by checking Finn's stat screen. I believe anytime you scroll in the menu, you burn RNs. Not just Finn's stat screen, but like a lot of unit stat screens or trade menus or basically any menu scroll does it. Etier is cool. I brought her to endgame. I like Etier. I forget, does she sexually harass someone, or is she sexually harassed by someone? I think she's sexually harassed by, is it Chloe, who, like, grabs her abs? And she's like, don't do that, and Chloe's like, but I like your abs. Oh, no, Goldmary. It's Goldmary. It's Goldmary. Is it the Boucheron support? Oh, is it Boucheron? I thought it was a girl, because oftentimes, like, women violating the, like, physical boundaries and consent of women is looked at as less of a problem. Men to men, too. I only remember the potato support. I like to have multiple ranged units. I mean, like,
like, look, Etier, Alchrist, and Fagato are all endgame viable. And honestly, like, you know, even though they fill the same role, you can very easily just, you know, hashtag just use both or whatever. Fagato made a bad first impression on me. I think that what ends up happening is... I think what ends up happening with Fagato is that, and this is a similar thing with Tamara, except for Tamara actually sucks ass. And similar thing to Ivy too, except for Ivy is so good that she kind of escapes it. The Lord characters joining unpromoted when everyone else is promoted feels so fucking ass. And I get that the reason for it is that they join unpromoted so they can show off their special class. But especially because Fagato, Ivy, and Tamara are on an entire map. Like, Hortensia, you can just promote her in preps. But Ivy, Fagato, and, Tamara all join unpromoted on-map alongside promoted retainers. And so they just feel worse than they actually are. Ivy's the only unpromoted unit on the map. Even enemies are promoted? I don't think the enemies are promoted at that point. Or do you just mean the green ones? But, like, the same applies to Fagato. Bunet and Pandreo show up, you know, promoted. Tamara is bad because she's a black woman in a Fire Emblem game. This happened way more than once. Does Fire Emblem have, like, black women that often? I feel like it's just not diverse enough. But maybe I'm forgetting some examples. I do think that, like, as a character, Tamara is, like, overhated because of misogynoir. Like, I think it's kind of hard to deny. You're allowed to not like her, to be clear. But the fact that so much of the fandom has gravitated towards, like, you know, the meat song is literally the worst thing ever. It should be considered a war crime. You know, her design is emblematic of everything wrong with modern Fire Emblem, yada, yada, yada. I think it's pretty hard to deny, there's some amount of, like, society does not like black women, and, like, that's definitely gonna be a subconscious influence. Tamara's a fun character. I love Tamara's design. I like how we get the accost manual. Fiona from Radiant Dawn. I always forget that she's technically a woman of color. I always forget that. She is, you're right. I just instantly bench her, 'cause she sucks. She's also, like... It's in the GameCube art style, because she's, like, a paler-skinned black woman, right? It's harder to tell in the GameCube art style. Fiona isn't bad, she's the Jagan! Code of the Burger King reference. Do we even fucking want the accost manual on someone? Accost is just such a bad skill. I honestly think we sell it. TBH. Ocean. You're promoting. Accost is great. It's 4,000. Holy shit, it's 4,000 gold? We're selling that shit. I bench Fiona, Meg, and Aaron basically immediately. I used Aaron as a shove bot for a little while. I think Aaron and Meg are, like, short-term can be kind of useful. God, Ocean with 8 strength. What is happening to him? As a reminder, his strength growth, we're boosting it, too. This is so sad. Thankfully, stats don't matter because you have Voog, but, like, come on. Okay, so we got all the items. We got the Accost Manual, the Shield Ring, the Fortify, the Armor Slayer, and the Master Seal. Who do we want to give the Shield Ring to? Honestly, I think Ocean as well. Make him just physically bulky. He's our enemy phaser, after all. Does Rinka count? Oh, Rinka does count. I mean, look, in Birthright, Rinka's actually really good. Is this your king? I'll save the sword uses. Dawn is breaking. Battle has allowed the rest of the men a much-needed breather. We must make haste to Tara. Well, I'll be damned. You actually got the better old Trude, eh? Listen, I'll come loose. Trude's at my back for a long time now. No question of mine, he'll come along too and help the Liberation Army. Hey Danny, are there any mediators in this game? Unfortunately, I do not have access to the super powerful mediator class. I know you and I are scholars of just how good it is to spam a 25% chance to steal a unit. Real talk, it feels so good when it works, but it is that reliability moment, right? Where it's just like, what if during the 10 turns I spent trying to recruit, you know, Patrick or William, those are the two. What's a mediator? So mediator is a class in Final Fantasy Tactics. Truly the most powerful job. Yeah, it's a job. They're essentially class, Fire Emblem term. But their abilities focus on talking. So they can, like, motivate people in your army or discourage people in your army to raise or lower specific stats. Those being Brave and Faith, which are related to a bunch of complicated formulas that I don't understand. And then they also have the ability to, like, they can do status on people. There's, like, an AoE sleep. And they can recruit people, because most of your units in Final Fantasy Tactics are just generics. So they have, like, the Niles capture thing as a skill that they do, right? They can activate it instead of attacking someone. But it has, like, again, depending on a complicated formula that I don't fully understand, it has, like, a 10 to 25% chance of success, and also can't be used on, like, specific plot important enemies. So, like, when you capture someone or, like, recruit them, it's a huge swing, because you're, like, suddenly now they're no longer fighting me, and I permanently recruited them into my army, and they fight for you. Like, it's basically an extra deployment slot. And, like, during the campaign, we recently streamed on the channel, there was a map where my mediator was able to act first. They just had the first turn on the map, and I was like, oh, they've got like a 20% chance. I'm just gonna reset the map over and over until we successfully recruit this person, since it's such a huge swing. But it's also, like, impossible to deny that that's any different from you know what? It's turn 1 of Fire Emblem. I'm gonna reset over and over and over and rig this 5% critical hit, right? Like, it's not good. It's fun. Like, we popped off. That's why the first name that came to mind was Patrick, because we recruited someone named Patrick, and then I spent the rest of the map doing the Patrick Star voice anytime he did an attack. So it was like, really hype moment. And then we recruited Griffin on that same map, and I gave him the Peter Griffin voice. So we had like Patrick and Griffin. I think I made a community post about them because it was like awesome, right? But it's also like, it's similar to what I was talking about with Tina, where it's like, Tina misses, ah, dang it. Movement star, woohoo! She misses, ah, dang it. Dancer, she misses, ah, dang it. Movement star, woohoo! Heal, successful! Yay, I got so much value out of that. But if anything, like, it's significantly worse because at least Tina has use cases. Whereas in Mediators, like, I mean, obviously that is a useful application. And there's some meta stuff you can do, like the stat gaining and lowering. If you go to a random grind map and just like raise or lower everyone's stats, like that's genuinely super useful. Because it's one of the easiest ways to like make your team more powerful without necessarily scaling up the enemies. But in a realistic combat scenario, you either get super lucky or you waste like 3 or 4 turns in a game where action economy is at its most important. Just given the combat system, like how FFG's combat system works, action economy is very, very, very important, especially on the higher difficulties. I've only played the highest one, so I don't know if it's like, maybe they're more useful at lower difficulties. From seeing Titanium Legman's video on them, my assumption is no, they are not. But I can't speak with authority on them because I've only played, I only did the one playthrough. You said after Hamern you have 4 uses, but it's only 3 because you have to repair it before it breaks. No, Hamern can repair broken weapons in this game. You still have, I can show you in the inventory after we do the cutscene, but you still have the broken weapon. So Hamern represents 4 uses of Thief, or in the case of like Warp, it's 3 warps. In the case of like Brave, it's like 60. It's pretty awesome. Leading his men out of the bandit-infested Dacia forest, Leaf found a most welcome sight awaiting him in his liberation army. The walled city of Tara, its shape tall and imposing, stood before them on the horizon. Under the leadership of Duchess Lenoan, daughter of the late Duke Tara, the free city had rebelled against the Empire, refusing to be complicit in their many crimes. This rebellion had not gone unpunished. The city had already been under siege by the Imperial Army, led by Colonel Paulus, for some time. Already in dire straits before the Empire's attack had even begun, Tara would now find it exceptionally difficult to recover. Initially, the city-state had brokered its freedom by agreeing not to interfere with the Granvale Empire's conquest of northern Thracia. In exchange, Tara had been allowed to keep its autonomy, but even at the time, the city's freedom was thought to be as precarious and fleeting as a candle flickering in the wind. I really want to play Judd Girl, I just find the UI hard to adapt to. That's fair, that is fair. I think because I've played it so much, it feels a lot easier to me. But that is absolutely a fair issue to have. Before we move on to the map, first I'll show you, I see we have a broken warp staff, so we can repair that 0 use up to 3. But we do have one more unit review, and that's Trude the Myrmidon. So Trude is, it's kind of funny, Trude joins right after Merida, and he's got like mostly better stats than her. He's a little bit slower, but like slightly bulkier, better strength, and most notably B rank swords. He can use any sword you care about. I believe the only A rank sword is Master Sword, and that's not very good. And he has Nihil, right? So he's like another potential candidate for the Nihil role I was talking about, where you take on Canis or the other Deadlords with Nihil. But unlike Merida, he doesn't have like the super flashy growth rates. So if you want to train him up, you do need to scroll him. He'll have an easier time as like a short-term filler combat unit, but he lacks that long-term potential she has, and has the same downsides of like, he's frail, so he doesn't really do anything special on enemy phase. He's just another combat unit, and he's unpromoted. 6-move indoor and outdoor is cool, but he's kind of just like unimpressive. He's a perfectly fine but unimpressive combat flunky at a point in the game where, I mean, we're at chapter 14 combat's pretty important, but like, yeah, no, it's not like the worst time to be a combat flunky, but it's also not like the best time. Like, there's a lot of movement intensive maps coming up, and him being 6-move. This is actually the most outdoor portion of the game, because like this map's outdoor, next map's outdoor, the guidance outdoor, then 3 maps in a row are outdoor. So there's like 7 outdoor maps in a row, so it kind of sucks to join his inventory at that point. Are Thracia Master Weapons heavy and inaccurate? Yes. They're brave though, so that's cool, but they're heavy and inaccurate. They're also 1-2 range, except for the sword, which is still only 1 range, which kind of sucks. But yeah, having B-rank swords is genuinely really good. He can Kingmaker, he can Silver Sword, he can Brave Sword. Like, these are all things that Marita cannot do, so even though she has a personal weapon, he has tons of different tools at his disposal. And Nihil, if you want to train him up long term. Ultimately, I think while Marita is like the more immediate comparison, the more damning one is Ralph. Ralph is a unit who joins in a couple of chapters with no skills and just stats and weapon ranks. And he kind of takes Trude's role as the unimpressive combat unit. Or not unimpressive, he doesn't like demand a bunch of attention, but he's solid, right? He just does it better than Trude does. So, yeah, Trude's just kind of a guy. We are gonna use him though, I think. I want to do a Trude playthrough. Oh right, he has an FCM of 1 too. People like to talk about that and say like, oh, he's bad. FCM 1, but look, he has a 2%. His move growth is twice as high as the people who have a 1% move growth. Y'all, look, his move growth is twice as high as Kane and Alba. That makes him twice as good as them. Ultimately, I think the reason Trude is so often overlooked has less to do with him, like how good he is as a unit, and more to do with the fact that his recruitment, he's so easily missable because you have to put him to sleep on the Fog of War map. And for a lot of people, he just runs away before you even see him. He is 2 turns from escaping, or no, he is 3 turns from escaping once you recruit Pern. So if you warp skip to recruit Pern, he can just easily flee without you even realizing. I see a 60% luck growth S tier. He do be lucking out. He do be lucking out. 3% base though. Oh, he's cringe. Thracia tier list where it's just tiering the move growths. 5% at S, 1% at F. I think there's some 0%, but I might be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of TRS. Let's deploy. So Safi can rest. Lara can rest. Olwen, this is a good map for, I think. Fred, this is a good map for. Karen, we definitely want. This is a good Selfina map. This is a very movement-intensive map. So we're probably going to be doing a lot of mounts. Oh, who do we want to give? Oh, right. We want to save the Vantage Manual for, right now it's Illios. You're good. Alright, scrolls. Odo is speed, Odo is skill. Most LTC's lig move growth not to happen for the sake of reliability. It depends. Set is speed, right? Yeah, that's speed and magic. We want to fix your speed growth. Yaller, Hoder. We're gonna scroll up Trude. We're doing the Trude playthrough. Their task is to rig everything that are really fun to watch. Yeah, they're pretty epic. Okay, so Fergus, Balder, Leaf, Red. Let's go no Salem, yes Fred. And the reason for that is I think Salem we're going to want to deploy him. We're gonna want to deploy Salem in the Fog of War map. C-rank status means Nana can also physic if we need to. Grab the Kingmaker from Pern. Grab vulneraries. Alright. I think this is probably good. Trude. Grab the lightning sword from Levin, I think. Or from Fred, I think. And Fred. Grab a javelin. Oh, right, I got a save state. Chapter 13. I love FE5, but the mid-game is kind of cheeks. I like this stretch of maps, actually. I don't like the indoor map we just did, but I like this one. It's a pretty cool, like, twist on an escape map. I like this map. Okay. Everything from like 10 to 17 is either irritating or boring. That's a pretty common opinion, but it's maybe I just like the chill maps, but I like it.
How's your situation here, General Lizard?
We have the city surrounded, Colonel Pullis. I formally request that we begin our assault now.
Why the hurry? Bladdock and the 8th Division should be here shortly. There's no need to overextend ourselves. We'd only be wasting good soldiers.
I see. As you wish, Colonel. I'll be damned if I just sit here on my hands and let Baltic rob me of glory.
All Imperial forces, begin the assault! If you try to retreat, then I'll kill you myself. Go, go, go!
It's a good thing I wasn't on the design team. Because I'd give one unit like a 70% move growth. Yo, peak though.
The Empire's finally making their move. What's the plan, Glade?
The reality is that we can't match their strength of their army. All we can do is postpone the inevitable. I could take to the sky and scatter their front line. I reckon that would buy some time, but don't. You wouldn't make it far, and you'd be easy pickings for Ballistae. The Draco Knight's entire way of fighting is to swoop down, strike, and fly away, all in one swift move. That's how you stay alive, Edda. Impatience will just get you killed. All due respect, brother, but this isn't the place for a lecture. Time isn't on our side. For the time being, I'll dispatch my cadre of knights to the field. But will your small band of knights be enough to stem the tide, Glade? Our sellswords have long since fled. Your men will have to go at it alone. We must call upon Prince Shannam. The blood of Crusader Odd, the Sword Saint himself, runs strong in his veins. My knights could never match his might on the battlefield. Ah, would that I knew why he refuses to help us. That pompous little dastard. He doesn't seem to give a damn about the common folk. Our battles don't concern him. I just don't understand that guy. So he means to keep womanizing while the people of Tara fight for their lives? Damn philanderer. He won't be of any help. We must fight the inevitable on our own then. Don't push yourself, Glade. The Empire's just getting started. And wherever this ends, a long way to go. Yes, I know that. My prince, take a gander just over those mountains. The road has been long, but may I present to you the city of Tara.
How is this possible? The Empire's already begun their assault!
To arms, then! Tell our forces to charge into Tara. We can't abandon the city's people.
I will not do, my prince. The main body of our army has only just now cleared the forest. Our vanguard is all that we have. There's nothing to save the enemy's Ballistae. Any of our forces that made for Tara's defense now would face more than their share of danger.
I'm well aware of the risks. If we stand here and allow Tara to be razed to the ground, our war will be lost before it's even begun. Are you in agreement, Augustus? I am. If we do nothing to defend Tara, we will lose the support of the people. Their belief in us will turn to contempt. Our army is still young and vulnerable. Without popular support, we have nothing. And our cause will fade into history, forgotten. Most underrated FEOST? Honestly, I don't think it's underrated. I think people appropriately rate it and say it's like the best. Maybe I just hang out with the right people and you hang out with the wrong people, but everyone I talk to says that it's cool and good. Although unfortunately people I hang out with also say Glade is cool and good. This guy's a little bit overglazed. So he is a Duke Knight, a pre-promoted lance-wielding cavalier. A-rank lances, so he can use every lance. Silver Lance is like, it's cool, 15 might. Unfortunately 75 hit, lol. But like, lances are the worst weapon type. Can we just like get that out of the way first? Lances suck. They have no special saws. You can steal a couple of killer lances in the first Kemp chapter. But that's it. They don't even get a brave. Other weapons get braves. If you want a brave lance, be named Finn or go fuck yourself. Well, Dean gets a brave lance too, right? Like Dean and Brave are the only two fucking units that have that have a brave lance. Lances suck, and if he wants to be able to use a good weapon type, swords, he not only has to dismount, but he's stuck at E rank, right? This guy is just, what if Finn had none of the sauce. 1 FCM, no relevant supports. His only support is Selfina. No sword rank. Finn has a good sword rank for joining in Chapter 1. They don't deserve to go indoors anyways. The thing is that Finn can function indoors. He's worse. He gets stat penalties, and he's gonna have a lower sword rank than Lance rank, but, like, Finn can function indoors. The biggest thing Glade has going for him, aside from just, like, joining with fine stats, like, these stats are serviceable for the mid-game, for these outdoor maps. Serviceable, not impressive, but serviceable, right? He has a single Authority Star. And holy shit, Authority Star Glazers. Authority Star gives all units on your mat 3% extra hit and avoid. There's some complicated exceptions. For example, Dean and Ada are immune to them next map, but only next map. And there's some other instances where, like, a unit joins and they're not affected by leadership stars. I believe Glade's leadership stars are not in effect right now, because he currently is associated with Leonster's army. Yeah, we're Leaf's army. Here's a very easy way to demonstrate, right? Leaf currently has 2 Authority Stars, so that is giving everyone +6 hit, right? Trude has 114 hit. If I go ahead and rescue Leaf, we're at 108 now. They just lost the 6 hit, right? Meanwhile, let's find out. 108 still. So yeah, on the map where he's free deployed, you do not get to benefit from his movement star. I believe the generics will benefit. We have 83. '86, yeah. So the generics benefit from his movement star, but your units don't, which is, like, you know, sucks to suck, Blade. Leonster Gaming. But yeah. So there's some weird exceptions with edge cases, but for the most part, it is mostly accurate to say the leadership star gives all of your units 3 extra hit and avoid. That's not nothing, but it's also not a lot. A 3% hit and avoid difference, even in 1RN, is on its own fairly negligible. It's global, and that's cool, but Charisma is 10, and that's a much bigger boost. The real way you boost hit rates is with supports, accurate weapons, and Charisma, aka Kingmaker. And that's really it. That's really, like, yeah, the 3%. The big thing about his movement star is that if you are debating, like, say you're deploying 14 units, and you have 13 good ones and you can't decide who the 14th unit will be, the movement star is often the tiebreaker, or not movement star, the authority star is often the tiebreaker, because it is a concrete benefit that you get just for existing on the map. And at the point in the game where you get him, his stats are serviceable. It's just later on his stats are just not great. Lances really hold him back because Lances just have no fucking sauce. And so Glade just kind of I would say deploy him in the mid game, and then, like, that's about it. That's all you do. But it's nice when you need it. And if you're doing, like, if you're doing, like, a max reliability run, then that 3% does, like, add on to other reliability buffers you have, right? And that's cool. I have actually seen at least one person say leadership stars are good for dodge tanking, and I'm just choosing to believe it's rage bait, because plus 3% avoid. You'll say that until you miss a 99. The plus 3 could make that 100 until the hit gets capped at 99. If this were another game, I would say the leadership stars are, like, beneficial. But I also think it's important to remember there's a reason that every single fucking ROM hack that includes leadership stars buffs them to 5% instead of 3%. It's because 3% is so nothing, and you get so few units with leadership stars, you can't really stack them super well. Like, if Glade had a leadership star, and then, like, you also get one on Selfina, you also get one on Homer, you also get one on, like... One thing I really like that Hag does is a lot of the mid-game filler units have leadership stars, and so if you want to, you can just be like, bam, 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 that's plus 15, bitch. And now we're talking, now we're cooking with gas. But, like, if you want that, you get it at endgame, when you start having, like, all of them together. At which point, like, is endgame Glade really pulling his weight? I don't think so. Just, you know, yeah. GBA is 2 RN, and FE8 weapons don't suck, so 3% would not matter. 5% barely does unless you have a million of them. I think that the avoid boost that enemies with leadership stars get is much more impactful. And impactful in a bad way. I tend not to like games, the ROM hacks that do leadership stars, because they're just, like, not well balanced, and oftentimes just lead to frustrating situations. Where it's like, yeah, what if I made a map where everyone had 30% less hit? Go fuck yourself. Right? Hello, Thracia. My first playthrough, I got 5 or 6 movement levels and so much dopamine. Epic. Do you remember what units that was on? I always love getting, like, random epic movement level ups. And then that unit becomes the GOAT. Alright, can we javelin this ballista to get rid of him? Karen! Hello, Anna. The other 88. Okay, this ballista's done for. Thank you, Karen. Oh, shit. We'll Shrimply have to dodge. We'll Shrimply dodge. It'll be okay. Now with y'all, I do think we want to... this. Do this. We will shrimply dodge. See, the 3% avo matters. Yo, you're so right, though. I can't believe I would... You caught me out in 5k like that. I hope Selfina and Glade's scrub squads rest well. This one's about to rest well in peace. Now I kind of hope Karen does die so I can reset for that Iron Lance. Because life's too short to reset for an Iron Lance, but it's not too short to reset for Karen. This is why Glade being on the Rang faction matters. Kaga, fix your game. I don't know. I think the avoid Glade offer these guys was helpful. It's 17 hit. I want to reset for those Iron Lances, though. I want to reset for those Iron Lances, okay? I forgot Karen just is fucking built different, and even while weighed down by a javelin, she's just fucking goated with the sauce and dodges. Like, that was 17 hit on that fucker. Go here, we give them Riz, and also we're giving support, and that should drop the hit rate down to 0. So now Karen should have like a 0% chance of failure. And then take my Iron Lance. Take my Iron Lance. Take my Iron Lance. Take my Steel Bow. Take my Steel Bow. All the items are mine now. I've gotten obsessed with the retro achievements, and I'm going to do more playthroughs of Fire Emblem to get mastery badges on my profile there. Interesting. I personally just don't care for retro achievements. I feel like the, imagine if she got hit by the 5%, or the 1%, right? I think that so many of their achievements are just like, I don't know, the approach, I think achievements in general are kind of like, I don't necessarily like how they affect like the average gaming mindosphere.
the way we approach gaming or whatever. I wish you kept the generics that survived this fight and got like random names. When I did the personal skills for FE5 video, I gave Glade Summon, but I think what would have been much cooler, and it was summon those generics, right? But I think like it'd be cooler if it was like keeping them alive is what gives him summon, rather than it being innate. But I couldn't really fit that in like the personal skills video. But I do think that'd be a better way for it to work than just him innately having it. He gets the Tanith Reinforce. Yeah, that's what I called it. That's what I, like, when I say summon, I meant it like that, like the Tanith Reinforce. But I do think they should be blue. Just because it's better. Alright, so now we have much more capture bait. Karen can take care of this guy. Do those generics go to the prison map? No, they disappear into the void. So we set up that, and now we are gonna start getting, there's Bonite reinforcements that'll show up from there. I think we do this, we do this, we do this. We just set up a wall. Turn. Do they have growth rates? Do they even gain EXP? They do gain EXP. Unfortunately, they all start at level 5, because I really wanted to make a funny video where I spent my Master Seals promoting them. But since they're all level 5, I kind of just don't feel like dealing with the hassle. As for growth rates, I genuinely don't know, but I would assume they have the generic growth rates. Give you the Paragon Sword. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Also worth noting, if anyone seizes the castle I'm currently defending, I, get a game over. So, Gallade is on, like, an important defense mission. But also, I'm pretty sure he takes 0 damage from these guys. Yeah, that's why none of them are attacking him. So, maybe it's not that important. I'm doing your Goto survey right now, and oh my god, Fireground archetypes are so fake. It's like the pattern recognition monkey brain thing, right? We're like, is this loss? Yo, Accost moment. Accost gaming. It's so funny that, like, on the map where you have to deploy Selfina to get the Brave Bow, there's tons of ballistas, so Accost is just, like, so ass. Selfina is so close to being a good and fun unit, but she ends up feeling frustrating to use. I don't think she's particularly close to being good, just because of how bad bows are. But I agree that, like, she could be a lot better in a way that is, like, somewhat frustrating that she's not. The Brave Bow is quite good, but it's also the only good bow. Right, they're stationary. The only thing she has to herself is a cost, which is wholly detrimental. I mean, I think she has the Brave Bow to herself. I think that it's accurate to say she has the Brave Bow to herself, since no one else has the bow rank for it. Like, B-rank bows, you have to tolerate shitter archers for so long to get B-rank bows, that, like, it's functionally her personal weapon, even if it literally isn't. You know? Oh, he got a crit! Nice. That's the Trude experience. It's kind of lame that she has a weapon type to herself because she's competing with Tanya Robert. Don't forget, Ronan. The Ronan fans will never forgive you. Right in the nick of time. I tell you, you got stolens coming to Tara's rescue like this. Just in case you're running low on weapons, I want you to take this here hammer with you. I consider it a personal favor if you used it to smash open some Imperial skulls. And conveniently, next map is the big Armor Knight map. There simply are not enough hammers in Fire Emblem 5. So true. Also, Pog movement star there. There we go. Good job, Finn. And another Bonite. They're slowly trying to escape with all the generics. Woo! Oh shit, the boss is charging now. Alright, now shit is serious. Okay, we javelin you. Iron Blade. Gonna hit the hay soon. Good stream. I'm glad that we discussed Tina being top 5. Hey, wait a minute! Let's try it like this. See if we get a crit. Crit would be baller. No crit. We get a javelin out of the deal though, so it's fine. Finally the 10 strength. Okay, there we go. more Bow Knights showing up. Is Dryas or August winning right now? I don't know them from the sprites. Right now, A route, which is, August is winning. A route is the, Olwen dies. From your username, I think I'll start with the most pertinent one. Olwen dies. And then we get to recruit, Sleuf, Amalda, and Illios. And then B route, which is losing right now, is Olwen lives, and we get to recruit Shannam. Miranda, and Connomor. Yo, the crit. I love the super fast Swordmaster crit. It's so cool. That seems unbalanced, given that Shannam is the strongest unit in the entire series. That's why people are voting against Shannam. They don't want me to have too easy of a time. I actually made a meme that has Shannam in it recently. I can't go into more detail than that, because the meme is for an upcoming video. Thunder Tome. Let's just kill this person. Damn, I can't believe this. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, I guess we see what happens. Maybe I should have used my once per map save state at that point. She was in ballista range! Fuck! Which ballista was it? She was in the lower ballista range. Fuck. Alright. So Nana goes here. Oh my god, the stat roll, she doesn't kill the ballista this time. I'm actually gonna fucking morb. Random stat rolls are the worst fucking mechanic. If we are unsuccessful this attempt, I'm just gonna end the stream and we'll do this next stream. Okay, we got it this time. Move y'all forward. Alright, and then... Alright. So y'all do that. The 2% hit. Alright, let's... Guess we have Nana, Earth Sword you. Yeah, because you're the only one I can reach. Alright, Iron Lance you. So we get rid of these ballistas. Nana, kill this one. Do you think I should give Nana silence? If we fail this attempt, maybe I'll give Nana silence for the bolting guy. Actually, is silence the appropriate rank? Because we did just get silence. She's at C rank. I forget if silence is C or B. It's at B. Okay, so she can't silence. And I'm letting Safi have this map off. So, no silence for this map. Unfortunate, because if I could squeeze out room for her, maybe if I could deploy Safi instead of, like, Fred, that might actually be ideal, because silencing that guy makes it much easier to capture him. Fucking just playing Keep Selfina out of ballista range is so obnoxious. Just the little, it's the little mini game you get to play where Selfina, if Selfina ever ends her turn in ballista range, you just cry. Lick this if you cry, Everton.
If only you had some sort of long-range ballista removal staff, that would help a tiny bit.
Like I said in the Tina unit review, I think that using the Thief Staff as a ballista deletion device is throwing pretty hard. Because there's so many better things to steal. I'll have Trude farm these reinforcements for a little bit, get some Trude EXP on him. Good job, Fergus. Fergus doesn't even need the Karen support to auto-crit with Rapier anymore. It's so peak. Holy shit, that level up. I need to always be careful not to escape with Fred, because if I do, it's game over. If I accidentally hit escape with Fred, we just fucking lose. God, Nana's ridiculous. Wrath Nana is super basic, but like, it's super basic for a reason. So they start moving around, they do a little shuffle shuffle. A true crit here would go crazy. That's my boy. That's my boy. Alright, Javelin Hurl. Hopefully we can one-round it. The fucking randoms. Yo! I was complaining about the random stats, the 10 defense, but Karen just said, I'm built different, bitch. Alright, no more ballistas. Selfina's mostly safe. The Fergus crit experience. And we slurp you up. The dodge tank. Whim, 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 whim. All right. So I think now we start having Trude, like, head towards the escape point, because the Bow Knights will catch up with him. We do need to be careful. There's one more ballista on the far left, I believe. Now they start schmoovin'. Leaf kills this guy. Nice job, buddy. You kill this guy. Alrighty. So, Nana will Nos crit the boss when he Venom Bows her. The dodge tank. We just watch her eat up the enemy forces. Crit, please. True clip, please. True clip, please. Damn. Tragic. Damn, I can't believe this. I forgot he was also in range with the Killer Lance, because I had to position Leaf weird. Alright, so now... You 20 con. No capture for you. Sad. I think we have Fergus. You have a scroll, yeah. So Fergus, Rapier. And then we kill with Finn. Ugh, all the glory and honor that I worked for. Alright, so Selfina. You do this. We heal up Fergus. Trude, go ahead and kill with the Levin Sword. And now that we've killed the boss, a new, scarier set of reinforcements is gonna start showing up from the north. Which means we kinda gotta... you know, get a move on. Here they come! So they can actually potentially threaten Blade. Also, everyone else starts retreating. All of the people from the normal force start retreating. But now the armors are here, and the armors are a problem. Okay, we kill her about you. Surely we can rescue Clade's troops in 21X. Just stay tuned, we'll do it. I promise. Earth Sword you. Boo-choo-choo.
If you're heading to Tara, watch out for Imperial troops. They're not your normal soldiers. They're decked out in heavy armor. Take this blade with you, and never let go of it. It's an armor slayer. It'll cut through them like butter.
Alright, I think what we do is... y'all start movementing up.
Blade!
You're alright.
Finn, feels like it's been a lifetime since we last met.
How long has it been? 10 years. The last time we stood together was at the Battle for Ulster.
That's right. And all this time you've been caring for Prince Sleuf? You've done well, old friend. You have my deepest thanks, truly.
Feeling is mutual, Sir Glade. After all, you've been no slouch yourself. You've helped Duke Dorius raise the next generation of Landsretter. About that, they just got carried off. The Landsretter just got carried off. Yo, bro, no! And you kept their name alive. Were it not for their aid, I fear Lord Leaf wouldn't have been able to come this far. I merely kept my word, nothing more. When last we were together, we made a pact. I to protect the banner of House Leonster, you to protect Prince Leaf. We swore to defend them both with our lives. While looking around, I'd say we finally achieved what we vowed so long ago. Our wards stand tall and ready to fight. But there's no rest for knights, is there? Yet another battle unfolds before us. We cannot lose focus, even for a moment. Indeed. Until the flag of the Gable lies over Lancaster once again, we must remain ever vigilant. But when that day comes, old friend, I want nothing more than sit down with you and share a good brew. For now, though, you must see to it that Prince Leif and his retinue make it inside Tara's walls. We've gotten word that one of House Frisia's divisions is due to arrive soon. It's dangerous enough out here as it is. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, the Armor Knight slowly walking off with the next generation of the Lance Ritter. Well, this is awkward. I wish Nana gained staff rank on promo. I think it's actually pretty cool that she doesn't, because it really, I think that Nana having so much going for her just by virtue of her class and personal weapon, and then having really shit stats and really shit ranks, makes for a really interesting unit. Like, I love Nana from a design perspective. Obviously, you can break her like we did with Wrath, and that's sort of the people's go-to, but the fact that you have to invest, like, one of the best skills, arguably the best skill in the game, to breaking her. Like, she's a very cool unit design-wise, in my opinion. Glade! Oh, it does my heart a world of good to see you safe.
Selfina, you came along too, my beloved?
Of course. Prince Sleuf heard that Tara was in jeopardy and we set off together. I'm truly grateful to be with you again.
I'm deeply sorry to have worried you. But Selfina, yet again I've ordered many promising young knights to their deaths. I lament just how weak I am.
No, my dearest! You are the highest exemplar of a knight of Leinster. I'm so proud to be your wife. So please don't be hard on yourself.
Thank you, Selfina. Did the gods smile upon me the day that we met? And seeing you here again is enough to soothe my very soul. I almost forgot. Here, I want you to take a look at this.
Is this... how did you... A brave bow, just like the ones in the legends.
I came across it by chance during my time in Tara. I took the liberty of buying it for you. Ruining it again. Will you use it?
Of course I will. Oh, Glade, this is just splendid, thank you.
Thunder.
We capture this mage. And then the bow armor was here. Time to kill the bow armor. Bloom. Goodbye, bow armor. The best character in all of fiction. I've been told this is the hardest Fire Emblem. Would you agree with that? Not, so yes and no. I think that this is the least beginner-friendly. There's a lot of stuff that's not tutorialized, but the reputation for it being the hardest Fire Emblem is incredibly silly, in my opinion. Modern FE is significantly harder than Thracia. Thracia has no difficulty modes, so it's just a singular campaign. Whereas, like, if you play anything from, like, FE11 onward on the highest difficulty, except for maybe Birthright, it's gonna be harder than this. And arguably Radiant Dawn hard mode is as well. Now on the lower difficulties, if you play like easy mode,
then those might be easier than this. But that's kind of the thing, is when you just have one difficulty mode, it's like, what are we judging it against? Normal mode? Easy mode? Hard mode? Super hard mode? Glade? Are you the Knight Sir Glade? Prince Sleuf? It can't be.
Ah, the mighty Sir Glade, surprised so easily. This is indeed Prince Sleuf in the flesh, our sovereign lord and commander of House Leonster's army by birthright. The Northern Thracia Liberation Army is also his doing, and at his command. House Leonster's army and the Liberation Army both. Our prayers have finally been answered, Duke Dorius. Indeed, Glade, our homeland of Leonster, shall live again. Ours will be the hardest, ours will be the hands that release the people from the yoke of tyranny. We will bear the flag of Gable and raise it for the land of Nyon. Ha! The day has finally come. Prince Sleuf, long have we mourned for the ignoble deaths of King Quaff and Prince Quan. Hopes of our people now rest on you. Please, my lord, succeed your father and realize his will. I shall. Join me, Glade, and we'll reclaim Leonster. Ha! You needn't ask, my lord. We sworn men of Leonster would follow you through the gates of hell. CC got a new update. Let's go. Cerulean Crescent. Okay, I haven't played that yet. Maybe this will be, maybe the new update will be what pushes me over the edge to do it then. Be like, hey, this got a new update. Let's play this shit. Maybe I'll stream it. This hack, the hack is goated. I highly recommend it. Yeah, it's you're not the first person to recommend it. The only I haven't like not played it for a reason. It's just I haven't gotten around to it. You know, there's so many high quality hacks out there, and there's only so many hours in the day, right? I was waiting for the update to finally play it. Let's fucking go. I didn't even know there was an update coming out. But like, hey, you know, streaming's all about hopping on trends. This is, you know, a trendy time to play it, maybe. Damn, I can't believe all these Geodudes have sturdy. That's so sad. It's a 2.0 version. Manster mode. Oh, if they remake Thracia, that would be such a good difficulty name. I was talking to someone, not recently, it was like months ago, but just about like the difficulty names in Fire Emblem, and she brought up how like, things like Lunatic, Maniac, whatever, there's like a little bit of like inherent ableism or whatever. And just because it's like, you know, there are terms that are often used for like the mentally unwell, or even just like neurodivergent people. And so I think like naming the difficulties like Manster mode, right? Like, Final Fantasy Tactics does like Tactician mode, right? I think that's a much better approach, and I think that's just neat.
Let's heal up Fergus. Manster mode is in the new update. Oh, I thought you were saying Manster mode is like a, as like a name for a Thracia difficulty. I misunderstood. Does it have a Goto? I would prefer not to know gameplay details. So if y'all, you know, want to discuss that sort of thing, that's like awesome and epic, but I would appreciate it not being in my chat. You're gonna have to find out for yourself. Yeah, I would prefer that if you know, if that's, you know, y'all can, you know, talk about it yourselves and elsewhere though. If that's, sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, I haven't played it, so I just want to know, you know? Hopefully that's a reasonable stance. Understandable stance. There's no need to remain here any longer. Prince Sleuf, please hurry. Well, I do need to remain here any longer. I need to remain here longer enough to capture the bolting and physic guy. Goodbye, the future generation of the Lance Redder. 07. I can't believe that Armor Knight was fast enough that Fergus didn't double him. That's actually kind of ridiculous. There's no war after the game ends. There's no need for a future generation. Even beyond... Okay, so, like, obviously you're joking about that. I'm not engaging with the conversation as if you're not joking. I want to be clear. But also, I love the idea of, like, yeah, we could just let these, you know, children die. Because there's not going to be war. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we go here. Just the idea that, like, the only reason you care about, like, the next generation being alive is for war instead of, like, hey, let's not kill off kids. It's very funny. Hey, Danny. Hey, Cynthia. How are you? I hope we get a 776 remake. I think it would be cool, but I also, as I've always said, I would always just prefer a new game to a remake. I do think that, like, 4 is a game that I think could really use some improvements. So, like, I'd like a remake of 4. 6 or 7, I think, are more likely, personally. And I think they would really benefit as well.
recent hacks, the game is more playable. It's aged better. Yeah, so, like, I think, you know, the thing that is worth bearing in mind, though, is that, like, there are going to be some people who either just, like, don't know how or don't want to do a translation patch emulation type thing. And for those people, like, the remake would be, you know, it's either remake or bust, right? And, you know, I think that's, you know, like, a relevant viewpoint to have. At least FE4 is easy enough. It's easy, but it has a lot of, like, sort of tedious features. There's also, like, just the possibility that a remake could be a worse version, right? Like, everyone assumes, like, oh, a remake would be better, but, like, look at, you know, like, TTYD remake, which made a lot of really good improvements, but also, like, the FPS was down, the people who are, like, super into TTYD were upset about the FPS. If you play modded, like, well, then what's the point of the remake, right? The QOL with, like, the fast travel stuff was cool, and I do ultimately think the TTYD remake is better than the original, but it's, like, not without its downsides, right? TTYD did not need a remake. I agree. Although, like, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hyped when it got announced, right? It's one of my favorite games ever. But it didn't need a remake. I think, you know, the argument is, like, well, because then to continue my own argument, right? Of, like, why not just release them, or why make well, if you think it doesn't mean a remake, what about the people who don't want to emulate it or don't own a GameCube or whatever, right? And that's why something like the Virtual Console, not the Switch's current gross subscription model one, but the ones we used to get on, like, the Wii U and whatnot, or just, like, a port, like a re-release that is not a remake. Just be like, hey, you know, this is, you know...
Right, and Balder. See the other folks I've been hearing so much about? The Liberation Army, right? I think I made up my mind about you lot. Come on, give you my own master seal in recognition of all you've done. You'll always be welcome to my home, Liberators.
Do we have someone who we want to seal up? If Trude could get another level, it'd be cool just to instantly promote him here, maybe? I wonder what class that guy was. He was the old man class. I'd like an FE9 or 10 remake. Yeah, I think GameCube games, rather than remake, just like, you know, re-release, GameCube games would be like the target for that, the ideal target for that, in my opinion. Both because, like, the GameCube is, like, hard to emulate or whatever. And because GameCube stuff is very expensive. Nintendo doesn't have an incentive to return to a non-subscription model. Yeah. Blame Microsoft for that, right? Like, Game Pass, you know, and I'll, you know, cop to this. I was a Game Pass subscriber for some time, even though I knew, you know, eventually it's gonna not be worth it, which now it's not. Like, they upped the prices so fucking much and downed the number of games you get, but they normalized the subscription model, right? Also worth noting, that, like, you know, also don't buy Microsoft products while there's an ongoing boycott. There's, like, 3. One for Palestine, one because of Game Pass, and, one because they're, trying to become a monopoly. Like, a literal monopoly. They're purchasing so many fucking companies, it's truly absurd. pirate, yar, yar, yar. Chat, if you're currently on Twitch, you know, this is a cool emoji. I'm just saying, I like when this guy promotes. Anyone who's on Twitch, it's not tied to membership, it's free, can just spam that emoji. You know, if you just unrelated to any discussion we're having, if you decide, hey, I like this guy's promoted class, you know, not that we're talking about, like, we're just talking about game prices, but, like, maybe for some reason the game prices make you think of that guy's promoted class, you know? I thought monopolies were illegal. I guess the laws are just suggestions for the rich. Yeah, I mean, the FCC is fucking toothless, right? There were all the hearings when Microsoft bought Activision, and they all went to nothing. Because, like, all the regulatory bodies, I think the UK and the US were the two big ones that, like, held out for a while and then eventually folded. The EU held out for a little bit, eventually folded. The regulatory bodies just don't actually give a shit, but they have to pretend to. And then they get paid, right? Garfield, where's your lasagna? We got the Garfield emoji. But, yeah, like, now, what's the big one they're trying to buy now? I saw the story about it. They're moving to purchase something else big. They wanted to purchase Nintendo a while ago. When the Switch came out, they wanted to purchase Nintendo. That came out during the Activision court hearing. Fred, give Leaf your items. And go down there to help Karen out. Nana, do this. Slot him. I don't know if you can see... like, I think the emoji's too small, but that one, it's called Slot'em. It's got a slot machine where it scores 3 of the bottom emoji. The pleading eyes bottom emoji. Microsoft owning Nintendo seems like it'd come with a legal way to play Nintendo games on PC. I mean, you say that, and it kind of sounds like a good thing, but believe me, it's not. Consolidating the extra power, like, it's not good. Even if, you know, there is a small upside that comes for you, the consumer, in the large run, it's not upsides. If that makes sense. Like, we can acknowledge that, like, you know, some acquisitions occasionally have, like, smaller benefits to the average consumer, or even just individual consumers, right? Like, you know, if you're a big Call of Duty fan, which you're probably not in my chat, but if you are, then Microsoft purchasing Activision was good for you because it meant that Game Pass had Call of Duty on it. So you could, like, more easily get Call of Duty or whatever for cheaper or whatever. But that doesn't outweigh, like, they're consolidating their power and they're gonna fucking... I mean, like, look, they wouldn't have made Game Pass so much more expensive if they didn't have, like, the comfort to do that because of their acquisitions. Microsoft acquisition. Damn, Nana's fucking popping off. Oh, I'm not, no, wait, okay, I was confusing Microsoft. Microsoft is not currently doing an acquisition. I read a story about Disney trying to acquire Paramount. Which Disney is the other corporation trying to do big monopoly stuff. When you fucking think about this for a second, right? Like, just pause and think about how many media properties are owned by Disney. Marvel, which means all superhero stuff. Fox, which means Disney owns The Simpsons and Futurama. And like most good situation comedies, they own Seinfeld, right? They own Seinfeld.
They own Star Wars. They own a ton of stuff, right? Disney owns Marvel, like even the comics. They own, not the comics, they own the Marvel film, which like is MCU, but also like any other Marvel stuff, right? It doesn't have to be specifically MCU. Basically, they own like the film rights to all Marvel. I don't think do they own the comics? I don't think they own the comics, but I might be wrong. They might just own the comics too. Who fucking knows? I think I'm right. I thought you were asking me. If you're saying it with any degree of confidence, I think you're right. I thought you were literally just asking. So they own Marvel, which I guess includes the comics. But you know what they're trying to acquire now, which is fucking crazy. Paramount. Which not only would then rope like a whole bunch more movies and television shows and properties under their umbrella, but specifically, and this is why I'm like, wow, that's crazy, Nickelodeon is owned by Paramount. And like, if you were a kid when I was a kid, which statistically you probably weren't, you were probably much younger than me, like probably about a decade or so. But if you were a kid when I were a kid, and honestly, even younger than me, this still applies. Like, Disney and Nickelodeon were the big rivals, both in terms of live action and animated. Like, there so many, DComs were either copied from Nickelodeon sitcoms or were copied by Nickelodeon sitcoms. And the two companies had such an adversarial relationship, they would often have, like, they put characters in their sitcoms that were meant to be characters from the other nation, or from the other, nation, the other company, and, like, to insult them, right? Like, I believe there's an iCarly episode where they, like, get sued by a stand-in for a Disney Channel show, and it's like, who would even like that? They're all idiots. Both Nick and Disney don't have that much viewership anymore. I mean, like, the highest grossing movie of 2025 was the fucking Lilo and Stitch remake, so I think that there's still, like, brand recognition in, like, purely Disney stuff. And, like, Nickelodeon is more than just, like, Nicktoons and stuff. Like, Avatar: The Last Airbender is Nickelodeon. That movie is just slop. I'm not saying it's good. I think it's, bad. I didn't see it, but from what I've read about it, everything about it seems awful. But it got the numbers, got the viewers. Marvel owns all of Marvel. I'm paying Disney to read Spider-Man and X-Men. That's so sad. A Twitch chatter brought up X-Men in this current climate. Is there something wrong with X-Men? Something that I should be aware of? I didn't know there was... I have a Naxing
feeling that meddling will fuck up X-Men. Like Disney meddling? Or... do you mean like meddling, like you meddling kids? Or is that the name of someone who I don't recognize? TV viewership is low. Yeah, streaming is king right now. Although what's really king is, I'm not gonna finish that thought. I love Ross from Fire Emblem. He's a really cool unit with a really cool class. Is all I'm saying. The Nornjagen! The Nornjagen! X-Men still woke, but like bad woke. The Dark Woke! Welcome to the Dark Woke! Does it remind you of anything? If you were more clear, I would probably recognize it, but I genuinely don't know what you're alluding to. I'm sure the thing you're alluding to, like, it makes sense. I genuinely don't know. Uh-oh. Wait, fuck. We're gonna need to spend a stamina drink on Nana. I did too much combat with her and she recruits Homer next map. Who is the armor slay? I hate that the two chats are separate. I mean, you can see them all together on the big one in the middle. The real sauce is to switch over to both, have two tabs open. That's the real sauce. Don't actually do that. Well, you can. You can. Inhumans haven't been relevant in 15 years in an obscure show. Wasn't there an Inhumans movie? No, that's Immortals. Inhumans was, it was on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's a throwback, ain't it? I love artificially inflating viewer numbers. I know, right? Like, that's why I was like, oh, wait, I should not, like, actually suggest that. But I know some people find it funny to do stuff like that, so I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna say no to it. Like, it benefits me, right? Like, I'm not gonna pretend it doesn't benefit me. But it's also, like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to encourage, like, parasocial behavior. I've had some people be like, oh, I was gonna go to bed, but you're streaming. I need to watch your entire stream, and I'm like, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed. You know, like, I don't want people to think, like, there's any sort of obligation to random streamer person. It had a season to focus on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I mean, like, Daisy was an Inhuman, right? And they were in the final season too. Like, not just season 2, but they were also in the final season. As like a primary threat because of the time travel stuff. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s late series got fucking weird. How times have changed. I should be the last man out, not any of y'all. Oh my god, he's 3 experience short. This is, like, actually so tragic. Looks like I made it out somehow. Alright, I'll go on ahead. Ladies first. What's your headcanon for the lore that Leaf doesn't have stamina? He lived his entire life on the run, so he's used to it. I thought of that on the spot, but I think it fits. Like, I literally just thought of that on the spot, but I genuinely think that it is a fucking based one, and I deserve $1 million from Kaga for fixing the lore of his broken game. The light sword gives him the extra healing. Could be that. We stay up in Lewin's sleep schedules around here. Norn. His blood is literally an S drink. Well, shit, I can't promote Trude now. He's like halfway to another level. We'll just escape. We'll train him next map. Sorry, getting out of here. Never promote, get him to level 20. This is a good practice, it never backfires. Lord Leaf, stay safe. I'll ride ahead. Be safe, my lord. Brave Lance is almost dead. As you wish, my lord. I'll secure the way ahead. We've done all we can, sire. We must be off. Lord Leaf?
Lenoan.
Good, I made it just in time.
Just barely.
Lord Leaf, I can scarcely believe my eyes. You've returned. Gods above, I give you thanks for your mercy.
Lenoan, you have my apologies. I should have come here sooner. Despite all I'd heard, I just couldn't fathom how the city I'd raised in could be in such dire straits. I share the blame for this. Because of me, your father...
No, you have it all wrong. From the moment he met you, my father knew what sheltering you in Tara would mean. He was prepared for the consequences. If he could open the way to a new world with his death, no one would have convinced him to do otherwise. I'm proud of my father, and I stand by his decision, despite the grief it has brought me personally. Long have I endured the Empire's tyranny, comforted by the belief that we would meet again. And now that day has come. And yet, to endanger myself is one thing. But now I've imperiled tens of thousands of people who got Tara home. I don't know what to do in the face of crisis.
Dry your eyes, Lenoan. Fear not. I swear upon my sword that I'll protect both you and the city of Tara.
Infinite reinforcements? There are infinite reinforcements in this map. Alright, let's make our save state for the chapter. And then I think I'm going to do preps, and then we'll end up. So this is chapter 14. Good night. Good night, Cynthia. Alright, who we want this chapter? We definitely want... Oh, she's fatigued, right? We need to give her... Because Nana needs deployed. So we give her the S drink that Tina had. Shrewd. Machua. I don't think we want Karen. Ocean. Olwen. She doesn't have bolting yet. This is so sad. Nana. Safi. Laura. 5 more units. Salem? Where's Salem? Salem. Glade. Red. Do we have any good thief targets? So you have 3 magic, so we would need Ensorcel to steal from you, and you don't really have anything worth it. I don't think we're deploying Tina this map. Dagdar. Do we want? This would be a good map to train Merida if we want to train Merida. The question is, do we want to train Merida? I think we go Asbel. I think if we're doing the Trude run, Merida's hitting the bench. He's so lame. He's so lame. Alright, items. Should we just give the magic ring to Machua at this point? We're on a map where Olwen can do a contribution. She doesn't have bolting yet, so... a little bit cringe. A little bit cringe. Useless unit. There's a Safi. I thought we had a rescue staff. Don't we have a rescue staff at this point in the game? Am I crazy? There was a rescue staff. It's from chapter 10. Am I scrolling past it or something? I definitely got all the chapter 10 side objectives. Didn't I?
Did I lose the rescue staff? Or did I, like, forget to visit the village? Goodbye, Dragon Pike. I mean, like, it's not the end of the world. We can still probably get Dragon Pike. Which house is Dragon Pike in again? I swear. How could I forget to get the fucking rescue staff? That's actually really tragic. It's near the boss and the ballista. This house? And it has to be Dean, right? You can run away and dismount. Yeah, that's, I think, gonna be the plan. Just send him there late into the map, have him run away and dismount. God, I'm actually mad, because I did a very good Chapter 10 clear, and I just must have forgotten to visit the top house. That's frustrating. Dagdar, we need to give a hammer. He already has one. I think what we do is turn 1, we silence the bolting guy. Turn 2, we warp Orson there. And Orson can kill the ballista, so Dean can more safely make his way there. I think that's gonna be the play. But, you know, that'll be for another time. Because I think we're done for tonight. If you liked the stream, liking the stream would be appreciated. Check me out on Twitch. If you are not already following, you get free emojis like Garfield. And there's some paid ones as well, specifically Fortnite Leaf. But also, please don't pay if you can't afford it.
Have a good night. Bye.